Ladies and gentlemen, episode number 624, and we are back live. Welcome back to TWA, the home of Action Zone Wrestling, Twitch All-Star Wrestling, which today we have a super show. We're going to talk about that in just a minute. And, of course, Wrestle Wars Genesis. We're also going to see Wrestle Wars Genesis in action today. It is a super show today. Twitch All-Star Wrestling champions are going to collide. They're going to go to battle. They're going to go to war, putting their championships on the line against their anywhere from number 5 to number 1 contenders. It is going to be an absolutely phenomenal show. It is a great card, 9 matches, championship matches all day long. With exception to the very first match of the day, our tone setter of the day is actually going to be a number 1 contenders match for the TWA BMF Hybrid Championship. Anybody newer to the Archiverse or TWA, depending on what you decide to call us, people call us a lot of things. What they almost always do call us is the very best in fantasy wrestling excellence, bar none, period. But we are going to have a great time today because we also have that tournament, TWA World Championship, on the line for only the 4th time in our history. The very first matchup we had for the TWA World Championship goes back 5 seasons, and it was done in a tournament style. That is actually how we dealt with a lot of our championships. We, of course, had a series of matchups, ended up leading into tournaments, and most of our, I don't think all of our championships, I'd have to go back and look, or maybe even cross-reference with either Glenola or Christian Cool. But I do believe there might have been 1 or 2 titles that weren't done in tournament format, but most of our championships were all, of course, awarded during a Gold Rush tournament. So today, for the 4th time ever in 5 seasons here at TWA, we're going to have ourselves a TWA World Championship Gold Rush tournament. Humboldt's the Arcane from Team Variance and Strife going to be putting that championship on the line. So it's going to be a great day. But the BMF Hybrid Championship number 1 contendership is up for grabs in our tone setter of the day today, so we're going to be getting to that in just a few moments. We also have Joe Link's match recaps and highlights to look at. We haven't done that in a while. We're going to start back at episode number 623. He's, of course, done a great job with compiling our shows and making sure everybody knows the details and what happened at each show. Just in case anybody missed a show, or how dare you, just, you know, throwing that out there ahead of time. Just in case you haven't watched any of the VODs yet, how dare you? How dare you miss a single solitary action of the host of the most must-see show on Twitch and YouTube TV? It is ghastly. You should go back and watch them all. It should be a punishment. You should have to sit there all day long and binge watch TWA shows, Twitch All-Star Wrestling shows, and, of course, Action Zone Wrestling. Action Zone Wrestling, of course, is exclusive to YouTube now. What a brand that has become. It has become, I mean, if you go back far enough, we actually started out doing experimental development leagues, right? YTD Academy, YouTube Development League, and of course we had WCW back in the day. We had our own version of WCW, Wolfpack Championship Wrestling. That, of course, went under. That's when, of course, YTD Academy came about, and we started having Development League. But we had such great matches. You had legends clashing with up-and-coming future legends and superstars, and it really took off. It was such a great thing. Then, of course, we kind of fell out of favor with YouTube for just a little while there. But we're back. But we are not back with YTD Academy. We're, of course, back with a much better brand, much better, a deeper roster, much better talent. Action Zone Wrestling is one of the hottest brands on the market today, and every bit as good as Twitch All-Star Wrestling or Wrestle Wars Genesis. So it's going to be a great show, but we are going to have a look at the match recaps and highlights going back to episode number 623, and of course we'll begin those as soon as the tone setter of the day is underway. Actually, when it's over. We don't usually cover any dirt sheets or any sort of Joe Link's match recaps and highlights until the first match of the day is over. That's our tone setter. So we're going to get to that in just a bit. What I do have to do is open my dashboard. Just give me a moment while I do that. You never know when somebody sneaks in. Glenola's still home. He might not be gone to work yet. He could be causing all kinds of villainy. You just don't know. Alright, there we go. Dashboard is open. It's going to be a rocking day. And I think what we'll do is get the tone setter of the match underway in just a couple of moments. I'm, of course, just kind of waiting. You know how Twitch is. The lag is absolutely ghastly. Some people get it within 30 seconds. Some people get it within 2 to 3 minutes. And there's others that don't get it for 10 or 15 minutes. It's absurd. They really do still need to fix that. I don't understand how we are still at that point where it takes so long for somebody to figure out that one of their favorite channels is live, right? Now, I know some people turn off notifications. We know this because we can check. We know which one of you. It actually, after every stream, it tells us which streamers or viewers have notifications turned on or off. Good news is a lot of you have them on. I was actually surprised. It's like over 60%. That's a high number. I didn't expect that because, you know, notifications can be annoying, whether it's Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Oh, whoops, X. We don't want to offend Elon Musk, do we? He might shut down TWA, and then we would have to, you know, we would have to call in Deadpool and have him taken care of, right? So we can't have that. Must not offend Elon Musk, especially while he's in his current power. You know, he's got Mr. Cranky Pants leading him. We don't want to offend either one of them. But anyways, it's going to be a great variance of strife is in the house. What's going on, buddy? What's up, buds? How's everybody doing today? What are you up to? I know it's early. But I mean, for 2 days in a row, I got kifed out of running a show for technical reasons. But we are live. We are ready to go. It is going to be a smoking hot show. It is a super show variance. A super show. Twitch All-Star Wrestling. Every championship is on the line today. We're not starting off with a championship match. We're starting off with a number one contendership match, but it is going to be absolute fire. And then, for only the 4th time in history, we're going to have ourselves a TWA World Championship Gold Rush Tournament. And of course, you know who the world champion is. Variance of Strife. I'm pretty sure you know who the world champion is. I mean, if you don't, then we need to have a discussion, because that is absolutely ghastly, considering the champion comes from Team Variance of Strife. Right? He does. Our champion. Humboldt's the Arcane, of course, the World Heavyweight Champion. He's been World Heavyweight Champion, what, 3 times now? I mean, the end of Season 4 and Season 5 have been absolutely fire for Humboldt's the Arcane. Almost nobody could stop him. It's been crazy. He's been just absolutely electric. But, I mean, he's got a great team. He's got a great faction. I mean, with all said and considered, it's not, you know, it's not hard to believe he is where he is, really, is it? It really isn't. But anyways, yeah. So we're going to get the tone setter of the day underway. And then once the tone setter is completed, when it is in the books, and before we move on to the second match and our very first championship match of the day, we're of course going to start with episode number 623, which is our previous show. And Joe Link has everything done from episode 623 leading right up to today. So all house shows have been covered, so we'll have a look at those and see what happened there as well. But it's going to be a great day. So again, Super Show, Twitch All-Star Wrestling, and then for only the 4th time in history, TWA World Championship will be on the line in a Gold Rush tournament. It is going to be an exciting day. But anyway, Strife, besides taking your meds, anything new and exciting going on? Yo, Infinite Oni is twerking. And I don't mean he's, you know, up on a pole shaking his ass. He's at work on Twitch. Yes, for anybody newer that doesn't get our humor here. And I mean, to be fair, you may never get our humor. But anyways, wasn't Humboldt's Mr. Perfect the last match of last season? I think it was, actually, for Season 4. I believe it was. Because Humboldt's, I believe he had a bit of an issue. I mean, he took control, right? Did he not take control of Mr. Perfect for a while? At least that's the rumor. We don't know. We don't know what the occult are actually up to or what goes through the mind. Nor do we want to know, actually, what's going through the mind of Humboldt's the Arcane, because that is just some scary shit in all itself. But rumor has it, I mean, he had some sort of mind control over Mr. Perfect, but Mr. Perfect, you know, he's perfect. So maybe his brain just didn't quite operate the same way as everybody else did. There was a few times he disobeyed Humboldt's. Of all things to do when you're part of his faction, you know, he is the wizard of TWA. You don't want to anger Humboldt's. We've all seen his capabilities. We know what he can do. He's been champion multiple times, tag team, singles competition. Absolutely awesome. But yeah, Mr. Perfect, I believe, got his ass whooped, if I'm not mistaken. Humboldt's the Arcane walked that ass. He walked up and down that ass. Vero says, no, that was me, just like how I have oh, that was you. I see, all this time I just assumed. See, that's what you get for assuming, right? You should never assume anything, especially in pro wrestling. It's a silly thing to do. I just assumed it was Humboldt's. So that was you, Virgil, causing havoc in the locker rooms. across the world, internationally, globally, if you will. Interesting. Now, was it always you? Was Humboldt's in there at any time? Or was that just, you know... And the other question, I guess, is were you following orders from Humboldt's, or were you acting on your own accord? Inquiring minds must know, you know. Inquiring minds must know. But anyways, Virgil, Variance, and anybody else that shows up, I mean, you know, there's a few of you, right? And Infinite Odie at work. We're going to get started with the tone setter of the day. Are you guys ready? I'm ready. I've been ready for a while. This is a long time coming, right? We've got our own pad now. The missus and I are finally back on our own. We can finally have our shows and content being popped out regularly and properly. We don't ever have to worry about not being able to have a broadcast booth ever again. Again? We don't want those things. But anyways, are you ready? Variants of Strife, Infinite Oni, and anybody else that's watching at the moment, are you ready for the first match of the day? Because I know I am. I say it's time to get the show on the go. So here we go. Very first match of the day is an Elimination Royale. This is for the number one contendership to the TWA BMF Hybrid Championship, which is, of course, at the moment being held by, I believe, Alan Severn. Is that not correct? I believe it is Alan Severn, the Wolfman. He's a double champion right now, I'm almost positive. Yes, he is. Because he is one half of the TAW World Tag Team Champions with his partner in crime, the man known as Mr. Ghastly. Luscious Luther Brody. I gotta tell you, we've never liked Brody. We've never liked Brody. We tried so hard for 2 seasons to get rid of Brody. Finally got rid of him. And less than a full season later, what does Alan Severn do? He gets together with the Wolfpack and they decide they're going to summon Luther Brody, this time to the Wolfpack. He used to be tag team partners with Ravishing Rick Rude. He was obsessed with Rick Rude. Apparently caused some issues earlier on in Rude's career. They ended up having a feud. Alan Severn, I don't know, he and War both actually, if you go back far enough. They both had a shining, if you will. For Luscious Luther Brody, I don't know why. He's a ghastly, disgusting creature. But they brought him back. They brought him into the Wolfpack. And, well, the rest is history because they are tag team champions. Champions, if you will. But anyways, let's get things rocked and rolling. We got Penta, the man that defeated Elijah Archer. Had a good feud with Elijah Archer, actually, when he was still Continental Champion. And I do say still, I don't know if you've been paying attention, sadly, and disgustingly, ghastly, if you will, Archer has lost his Continental Championship in Action Zone Wrestling to AJ Styles, and we'll probably talk about that just a little bit more later. They are going to clash a little bit later. They've got a date with Carmelo Hayes. Originally, it was just Archer and Hayes, AJ Styles. It's this Team Arsenal. I don't know what it is with Team Arsenal. They seem to have a sudden beef. Here we are, end of Season 5, going into Season 6, and suddenly they get a beef with the Coalition, or at least Elijah Archer. It's been crazy. But... yeah, so Penta, they had a great feud. And today, Penta looking to become number one contender for the TWA BMF Hybrid Championship, along with Joe Davis from Team Boss Apollo. We got the Iceman, Christian Hart from Team Christian Cool. We've got Adam Cole. He's a member of the Coalition now. And man, has he been smoking hot since joining the Coalition from Team Honeybee Wrestling. We got Joe Hendry from the Coalition. And of course, RJ from RJ424 Gaming. And speaking of RJ, we do hope we see RJ soon. I know he was having some issues in outside the business, if you will. So we're hoping that he returns and gets back to his regular scheduled content and shows sooner than later. But RJ's still in action. He's going to be another one looking to be number one contender today. But man, it is 6 villains going to battle here for that number one contendership. Who's going to win this one? I don't know. They are all hungry. They are all looking to get into that limelight. And they all want to wrap gold around their waist one more time. So without further ado, I think it is that time. It is time to turn and burn. Let's get the show on the go. Matchup number 1, tone setter of the day. Here we go. Elimination Royale time. Then, of course, once the match is over, we'll start getting into Joe Link's match recaps and highlights, which again have been so generously and thoughtfully done for us. He always does such a great job. Virgo says, Humboldt does not have the ability to possess. I, however, can make demonic contracts for temporary gain for both parties. That is scary as fuck. I'm not even gonna lie. Scary as fuck. I take offense. Do you think a demon king takes orders from anyone? I'll remember that. That is not good. Please don't remember that. I was simply asking a question for the masses. Inquiring minds must know, you know. They must know. Here comes the Iceman, Christian Hart from Team Christian Cool. One of the most decorated superstars in TWA history. Hasn't worn gold in a hot minute. Would not surprise me to see him win this matchup, though. To be fair, though, that goes with everybody that's in this match. They've all had a great Season 5. And things for most of them started in the end of Season 4. So, it is literally the best of the best. Who's coming out next? Cole, baby. Team Honeybee Wrestling.
What are you talking about? The high horse that superstar always seems to be on. Did Jerry Lawler right now?
Adam Cole being represented. Well, Team Honeybee Wrestling being represented by Adam Cole. Was, of course, a member of the Undisputed Kingdom at one point, until their falling out. Wasn't too long thereafter, the Coalition started hunting him down. Had meetings with Honeybee Wrestling. And we got the deal done. Adam Cole now working side by side with Joe Hendry as tag team partners. They've already started making waves in the tag team division. Singles competition for Adam Cole today, though. Singles competition for Adam Cole today. Oh, nobody caught the wild spoink. Now he's running loose, going to cause chaos. Probably going to join the Glenalians from Team Glenola. Most of the evil Pokemon. All of them. They are all on Team Glenalian. Mr. Amazing, Joe Davis, representing Team Boss Apollo, of course. Also been a multiple-time champion, world champion, one champion, tag team champion. He's pretty much done it all. Along with his twin brother, Jojo Davis. Strife says, wonder how long it will be till Adam Cole betrays Joe Hendry. Well, that's a good question. That is a good question. And you know what? That's not the first time that question's been arisen. Not the first time. And I can understand that. Adam Cole is out for one person and one person only, and that is Adam Cole. You know, he wants to be world champion again. He wants to win championships. So if you're not doing his bidding, if you will, not necessarily his bidding, it's not like he actually tries to control anyone, but if you're not benefiting him in any way, you know, he's either going to drop you like a bad habit, or he's going to beat the crap out of you. Or try. I mean, that's gone south for Adam Cole before. That has gone south for Adam Cole before. Speaking of Joe Hendry, here he comes. Do you believe in Joe Hendry? Variance to Strife. What about you, Oni? Do you believe in Joe Hendry? Anybody else believe in Joe Hendry? Former partner in crime of Elijah Archer. Archer, of course, in singles competition these days. They're looking for singles gold. Joe Hendry and Adam Cole. Yo, Glenola with the Tier 1 sub. 33 months. That's an 18-month streak for Glenola. And thanks for the welcome back. We appreciate you. Appreciate the sub. I know you worked today. By the way, Glenola, How is Mrs. Glenola doing? Well, not necessarily Mrs. Glenola, but let's say Mama Glenola. Yeah, you know, because you're not married to your own mother. At least I hope. You're not from Alabama, are you? Oh, that was bad. I shouldn't have said that. God damn. I should not have said that. I might have offended somebody. Oh, wait a minute. This is TWA. I mean, if you're taking offense to anything, you're probably not part of our channel. Not seen him enough. Oh, not seen enough of him to Bo leave. No, there's no Bo leaving. If anything, it'd be Joe leaving, right? He is not Bo Dallas. How dare you, sir? It is Joe Hendry. And here comes Penta. By the way, is anybody looking forward to Penta reuniting with Rey Fenix? I'm super excited for that. I'm super excited. I can't wait to see the Lucha Brothers in action, holding tag team gold. Although I want to see Motor City Machine Guns have a better run. I do want to see Motor City Machine Guns have a better run. But anyways, yeah, how's Mama Glenola doing? And again, thanks for that Tier 1 sub. Appreciate you. 18-month streak for Glenola. But I do know you have to work today. I believe, I think Glenola's on a 9-hour shift today. 10 to 7, is it not, Glenn? Not sure she was... Oh. Okay. I did not know that. Well, obviously I was sleeping. Good Lord. You know what? Thoughts from TWA and of course my family to your family. Hopefully everything is just fine and she's able to come back home with little to no issues. You only slept about 2. Ooh, that's going to be a rough... You know, now are you staying home today? Are you staying home to help your dad just in case? Like, what's going on there? I know you have to work, but I mean, it's kind of hard to work when you've got things like that on your mind. Yeah, thanks, Variance. We all hope that Mama Glenola is going to be okay. Motor City Machine Guns versus Lucha Brothers is going to blow up. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. That would be a fantastic match. Yeah, you are going 10 to 7? Okay. Oh, no problem. You don't have to thank us. You don't have to thank us. You are a member of the Fam Jam. We look out for one another. It's what we do. It's what we've always done. It's what we'll continue to do even once we get into Season 6. Which probably won't be until the end of the month, beginning of next month. It depends what happens there, really. For now, Season 5 continues. Season 5 continues. I can't remember what date we started Season 5 last year, but by the time we get into Season 6, it might be right around the same time we started Season 5 last year. Just because of the way the dates played out. Not entirely sure, though. No, Day wanted me to... Oh, that's supposed to say Dad, I think. Dad wanted me to go in, so I'll be going. We'll be seeing how long I... Yeah. Well, here's the thing, Glenn. Don't let it drive you crazy. You know, I would tell them right away, listen, my mom was in the hospital. I only got a few hours sleep. I'm here. I'm not sure I can commit to the whole day. I've got a lot on my mind. I may need to take a personal afternoon. You know, just be upfront with them. You know, because you can't be at work if you're not concentrating at work. Because number one, that doesn't help you any. And number two, it doesn't help your team any. So if you can't be there and be fully committed because you've got too much on your mind, and for very good reason, then the best thing to do is go home. Right? That's the best thing you could do. Some bosses don't see it that way, but that's because they're assholes. A real boss knows how to lead, and a real boss understands that family is important and matters. Stripe says, was going to suggest the same thing. Yeah, absolutely. Yep, you can't stay at work all day if your head's not in the game. It doesn't benefit anybody, and it's completely understandable. Completely understandable. Oh, look at this, Penta and Christian Hart going on. I never even would have thought of seeing those two locking horns, but that's pretty badass. You know, now that I'm watching this, I'd kind of like to see a one-on-one match. Penta versus the Iceman. That'd be a great matchup, because of course Christian Hart, although very technically inclined, he's got some skill when it comes to the high flying. I mean, he's very well-rounded, Christian Hart. Anybody that knows Team Christian Cool, the Iceman Christian Hart has been around for a full 5 seasons. I can't remember, though. I can't remember if the Wolfman came first, or I was going to say Alan Severn, that's the same person, or the Iceman came into the picture first. But man, between Alan Severn and the Iceman Christian Hart, they are the backs that the foundation was laid upon. And of course, it brings me back to one of the greatest, if not the greatest match of all time in TWA. For Team J Negative Gaming. Of course, he's changed his name a couple times. I don't know what he is these days, or if he's even still... I don't know what Jay is doing these days. I haven't spoke to Jay in a long time. I want to say at least... It's been about a year. I think the last time I spoke to him was in... What did they call themselves? It wasn't Trigger Talk TV anymore. It was something different, but he was there when I'm Just Key, and I believe it was Reese. I think it was 3TV Reese. Anyways, they were doing a podcast. Iceman beat you by a short time? Okay. Yeah, see, I wasn't sure. But neither here nor there. What I was going to say was the matchup between the Wolfman Alan Severn and, of course, the superstar coming from Team J Negative Gaming, Anime J, that's his name now. Saw him in... Oh, you did? Okay. You know what? He was at... I actually saw KJ live, was it yesterday? I want to say it was yesterday or last night. And I meant to pop in and say hi, but then I got busy and forgot. So next time he's live, I'm definitely going to have to pop in. But the Soul Man, Jay Simmons, versus the Wolfman Alan Severn. Falls count anywhere. No countouts. Oh, RJ has been eliminated. Just like that, we're down to 5. We got Penta, Joe Hendry, Adam Cole, Joe Davis, and the Iceman Christian Hart still locking horns in the ring. RJ, the first man to go. Former world champion, tag team champion. He's been a pure wrestling champion. I believe he's been a television champion as well, if I look. I'd have to check the record books, but I'm pretty sure he was. But anyways, it was a street fight. It was the street fight of street fights. And they went everywhere in the arena. They went to locker rooms. They went to offices. They went backstage in the parking lot. They were on top of semi-truck trailers. It was one of the most wild matches of all time, and I think it still stands the test of time. Curlady Global is a champion. Or at least the Wolfman Alan Severn is. What's going on, Curlady? Lady Lobster in the house? What's going on? How was your day going, Lady? Nice to see you. If we could get some shout-outs. Actually, I think Linola might be busy. Strife, can you give shout-outs? I always want to give you mod duties, but you keep getting mad because you want your diamond back. I can always shout about myself anyways. There we go. Shout-out for Lady Lobster. Oh, damn. Strife can give shoutouts. Okay, I couldn't remember. I couldn't remember if VIPs could give shoutouts or not. That's fantastic. Okay. Excellent. But as it says, for anybody newer that doesn't know Curlady, it goes without saying, but at least for us, as they are an outstanding member of the TWA Fam Jam. And if you aren't already following, please absolutely smash their follow button. Enjoy their brilliance, their creativity, and of course get to know Curlady over at twitch.tv/Curlady. That @ sign should not be in there, though. I don't know why that's in there. I'm going to have to fix that. Weird. We would all consider it a personal favorite, and we would. Lady Lobster, longtime member of the Fam Jam. One of our favorite community members. And of course, everybody knows Adrian Adorable. Multiple-time champion, Pride champion. Somebody got eliminated and I missed it. Who got eliminated? I'm trying to see who's in the ring right now. We got Penta, we got the Iceman, Christian Hart, Adam Cole. Who's missing? RJ's missing, we know this. Who got eliminated? Because now I forget who's in the match. Wow. That was a close call there for the Iceman Christian Hart. Ooh. Adam Cole misses. Lands spine first on the garbage can. Didn't even flatten it out. That must be a hard garbage can. Oh, there goes Joe Hendry. If you believe, as Variance of Strife said, which is of course Bo Dallas. I don't know what the hell Strife is talking about sometimes. But if you believe, or let's call it Joe leaving, Joe Hendry is now gone. Unfortunately for yourselves. Are we down to the Iceman and Penta? Did Adam Cole just get eliminated? He did. Holy hell, I think we're down to Penta and the Iceman Christian Hart. Oh no, Adam Cole did not get eliminated. He's going for a weapon. He's had enough. He wants a little extra assistance in this matchup. Nice DDT. Beautiful spike DDT by Adam Cole. Penta not having any of that though. Thanks for the marvelous shout out, dearie. Oh, you're more than welcome. We appreciate you for being here and being part of our community, Curlady. How have you been anyways? Anything new and exciting? You up to anything? When's your next stream? Are you streaming today, tomorrow? You got anything good planned? What game are you playing? All of the above. If you feel like answering any of those, we would like to know. Iceman kicks out. Penta looking for a basement dropkick to Adam Cole, but Cole rolls out of the way. It's now a triple threat match. We started out with 6 in this Elimination Royale. We are down to 3. Adam Cole kicks out again. Man, Penta is all over the place. What a match for Penta so far. Yo! Jumping neckbreaker by Adam Cole. Nice reversal by Cole. Penta was flying into the broadcast booth. Not our broadcast booth, but into one. Into the commentator's table. Nice sling blade by Penta. Very high-octane matchup so far. Uh-oh, Penta's in trouble. The Iceman with a sharpshooter. That might do it, yep. That's going to do it. Penta has been eliminated. It's down to Adam Cole and the Ice... Ooh. Oh, super kick right to the face. And a bridging German suplex. And that's going to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it. That is all. The winner of the match and your new #1 contender to the TWA BMF Hybrid Championship from Team Honeybee Wrestling. It is Adam Cole, baby. #1 contender. Man, that was a great match. Very fast paced. It happened so fast. I missed a person in that matchup. I couldn't remember who else was in the match. I could not remember. People were getting eliminated and dropping like flies there after a while, so it just kind of happened all very quickly. Very high-octane matchup, great matchup, and Adam Cole, the new #1 contender to the TWA BMF Hybrid Championship. Fantastic matchup. All right. So our tone setter is now in the books, and of course we're probably going to be getting into some Joe Link's match recaps and highlights while we continue on with the show. Now again, we're going to be starting off with our previous show, which is episode number 623, and of course he's got everything completed, including house shows that happened thereafter. So we've got some highlights to catch up on. I mean, we could go back before 623 really, because I don't even think we had a chance to cover 622 at 623. It wasn't completed yet, but we all know what happens. We've seen the vignettes, we've watched the promos, we know what's going on, but we are going to cover 623 and of course the house shows that happened thereafter. So we'll get to that in just a minute. All right, let's see what matchup number 2 is. Here we go. Matchup number 2 on the day. Our first championship match of the day. Fat Lad Mitchell Vaughn from Team Dogface. We've got Kit Wilson and, of course, Tyler North from Team Honeybee Wrestling, putting the TWA Pride Championship on the line. This is a triple threat matchup. I can't remember if it's elimination or not. I believe it is. I could be wrong. We're going to find out either way, because these three are going to lock horns in just a few moments. But did anybody watch AEW Revolution? Also, NXT Roadblock. Did you guys watch those shows? I'll be honest, I was not overly impressed with Revolution. Give or take a couple matchup. I mean, the women's match was phenomenal, right? Mariah May and Toni Storm. What a great match that was. The one thing I'll say is I think the blood was a little overdone on Revolution. You know, it's always cool and fun to see people battle it out for so long that, you know, they end up blooding one another up. But when it happens in multiple matches, it's just like, okay, so we're just going to have everybody bleed tonight. But, you know, I didn't, for me anyways, Revolution wasn't that great. But there was definitely a couple standout matches, and the Women's World Championship matchup was definitely one of them. That said, NXT Roadblock was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. Watching Moose and Obafemi, fantastic match, by the way. Moose looked absolutely phenomenal. I would like to see Moose actually migrate on over to WWE finally, which I do believe is going to happen, right? Moose, Joe Hendry. There's quite a few that are going to end up in WWE. But TNA's been smoking hot, have they not? So it's nice to see them being showcased in NXT and given opportunities. What I would like to see, however, is I'd like to see Joe Hendry and Obafemi lock horns, right? TNA World Champion versus NXT Champion. I think that'd be a lot of fun. And the promos would be cool too, right? Obafemi's actually doing really well on the microphone. I remember when I first saw Obafemi and I started listening to him some talk, I thought, okay, well, he does seem like he could cut a promo, but he just seemed a little laggy. He seemed like, I don't know, he wasn't exactly seasoned on the microphone. Still isn't, really, but he's in a very short amount of time gotten better at speaking on the microphone. I really like Obafemi. I think he's awesome. Joe Hendry is a rising star. He's the TNA World Champion. He's probably going to end up... I mean, people debate, is he going to go to NXT, or will he be one of those guys that end up on the main roster almost immediately? I think he goes to NXT. I do. I think he goes to NXT, even if it's for a short time. You have 6 and 5 on the dice already? Good Lord. Did it tell us what the dice are? I forget. You know, because of delays and issues, this show was supposed to happen quite a spell ago, right? So I can't remember what the dice were for the day. And I don't know that it's popped up yet. So 3 of a kinds, 1 6 high is our poker hand to beat. So you got to beat 3 of a kind 1s, 6 high. No, sorry, ace high. My bad. Yeah, I don't see anything about dice yet. So I don't remember what the dice were for the day. I'm scrolling back in the chat room here, but I still don't see it. It's 6 and 1? Okay. Alright, there we go. So 6 and 1. So Glenola's already smashed that. He's got a 6 and a 5. So the only way to beat that 6 and 5 would be to get 2 5s or a pair of 6s. That's what you're going to have to do to beat that, because a 6 and a 5 is a pretty good roll. And I think he got that on his second roll, too. Strife with a 3 and a 1. No dice. And for those playing poker, again, 3 of a kind 1s, ace high is the hand to beat. Is the hand to beat. All right, let's get moving with the second match of the day. First championship matchup of Twitch All-Star Wrestling. Kit Wilson, Fat Lad, Mitchell Vaughn, and Tyler North are going to lock horns for the TWA Pride Championship. Let's rock and roll. Here we go. And of course, once they hit the ring, we're going to get started with some Joe Links match recaps and highlights.
Here we go, guys.
Again, starting with episode number 623. This is, of course, our 624th episode. My plan at some point tomorrow is actually to do our first YouTube show in quite some time. I believe it'll be our 41st show on YouTube. Our 625th show overall for TWA. Here comes Fat Lad Mitchell Vaughn from Team Dogface.
Remember, guys, the title's on the line here in this one. And I don't remember the last time the champ was in this much jeopardy, Cole. Tonight might just be the night the title changes hands. A focused challenger.
Fat Lad Mitchell Vaughn, a former multiple-time champion himself in the tag team division and singles competition. One of the OG invaders of TWA, as a matter of fact. Came over with a faction called the Weapons of Mass Destruction. Started causing havoc and chaos, taking championships. They were very effective. A great faction were Weapons of Mass Destruction. They've, of course, been disbanded for quite some time. Fat Lad Mitchell Vaughn, the only member that survives from the Weapons of Mass Destruction. He's kind of like an STD. He's hard to get rid of. A fantastic talent, though. Here comes Kit Wilson. Kit Wilson looking for his very first singles championship in TWA, or in this at this point in TAW. It is, however, the TWA Pride Championship on the line. It is not a Twitch All-Star Wrestling Championship. And again, I can't remember, or if they stated so far, because I wasn't listening. I don't remember if this is elimination or a straight-up triple threat match, but we are going to find out very shortly. Is anybody a fan of Pretty Deadly? I would actually like to see Pretty Deadly become the tag team champions. I think they've earned it. I personally think they've earned it.
Oh, yeah.
Was Gunnar with Weapons of Mass Destruction? I thought Gunnar automatically started his own faction. You could be right. I'm going to have to go back and look. You might be right. You know? I know he's always been aligned, so to speak, with Weapons, and specifically Fat Lad, but I can't remember. Yeah, that's what I thought. Now, that doesn't mean he didn't join Weapons once he did arrive on the scene. That, you know, that could have happened, but I don't think so. I don't think so. I feel like... Now, originally, Luke's faction was not called Team Arsenal. But... I mean, his original team was just called the United Kingdom, wasn't it? I think it was. Yes, Drek was. Drek was definitely part of the Weapons of Mass Destruction. We've been in contact with Team Dead Drek, and we've been trying to re-sign Drek. Yeah, no, I think it was Drek, yeah. Yeah, I absolutely think it was Drek. The TWA Pride Champion Tyler North from Team Honeybee Wrestling. Tyler North, actually, when he first inked a contract, his first matchup, he took an L and then never looked back. He has not lost a matchup since then. And he's the current reigning defending TWA Pride Champion. Title is on the line, though. Fat Lad Mitchell Vaughn and Kit Wilson looking to dethrone Tyler North. We'll see if they're able to do that or not. Here we go. Showtime and go time for the Pride Championship. So let's start having a look at Joe Link's match recaps and highlights. So again, we're starting off with episode 623. So episode 623 would start off with a Pride Championship matchup, which of course that didn't happen today. We had our Elimination Royale matchup to crown a new #1 contender for the TWA BMF Hybrid Championship. Today, matchup number 2 is the Pride Championship. And it is unfortunately not Adrian Adorable leading the pack today. But so Adrian Adorable would take on the Pride champion Poindexter, and Adrian Adorable would take down the champion and become the new Pride champion once again. Of course, he's been Pride champion on more than one occasion. And as you can see, has since lost that championship because Tyler North is your new reigning defending TWA Pride champion. Speaking of Tyler North would next take on Joe Hendry. Tyler North would stun the Believers and defeat Joe Hendry. And that's really where it started to take off for Tyler North. Again, when he first tanked the contracting committee, he took a big L. He took an L on his first matchup. It was a great match, though. It was a great match, and there was no reason for him to, not walk around with his head held high. He performed the one W in your first matchup. Sometimes you take that big L. Some people get draws, countouts. But wins and losses are what tell the story. But Tyler North has not looked back since then. He's been on an absolute tear. All right, so up next in episode 623, the Ego Club would take on Motor City Machine Guns in a standard tag team action. This match would end anticlimactic as both teams would not pay attention to the referee count and they would be counted out, leaving the match a draw. And of course, we all hate countouts, right? We do not like countouts. There's no worse way to end a great matchup than the people participating in that match not making it back into the ring on time, or they're simply not paying attention. They're too involved trying to tear each other's heads off, and they miss that count and end up being counted out, and a draw happens, which of course, if you're going for a championship, a count out or disqualification via the other side results in championship's advantage, and of course that championship does not change hands. Up next, it was Retro Beat, which of course, by the way, Retro Beat became the very first tag team in history to become Triple Crown champions together, holding all 3 World Tag Team Championships at the same time. Penny Lane and of course Shay Starling is who we're talking about. Retro Beat, they would take on the League of Nations, which is of course B. Jackson, Julia Jackson, and Sarah Suzuki, are reigning defending Twitch All-Star Wrestling World Tag Team Champions, by the way. They are reigning defending. So they would take on the League of Nations in tag team actions. B and Sarah would take it to Retro Beat and defeat them by pinfall. And that was quite the feud. Those guys went back and forth for several weeks. And of course, again, they were the first ever team, Retro Beat I'm speaking of here, to win all 3 championships at the same time and become Triple Crown champions together. Phenomenal. But League of Nations, they were having none of that. They hunted them down and they took some gold away from Retro Beat. They did. League of Nations are in action today, by the way, defending their tag team championships. Every Twitch All-Star Wrestling Championship is on the line today. So up next, it was the Wolfpack Gals. Anybody that's been around since season 1, 2, 3, doesn't matter, because the Wolfpack Gals, of course, just an extension of the Wolfpack. They wanted to have their own identity. They were part of the Wolfpack. They are led by the Wolfman Alan Severn and Team Glenola. But they wanted to have their own identity, of course, for the women's division. They are the Wolfpack Gals, and they are amongst some of the most winning superstars in TWA history. They've done it all. They have done it all. Legends Championships, World Championship, Tag Team Championships, Television Championships, Pure Wrestling. I think they've done it all. Absolutely phenomenal faction. And of course, Tia Stevens and the Viking Rose Brewer have never left each other's side. Unless they were injured, of course. Sometimes there's contract negotiations ongoing. And other people stood, like Jennifer Wolf, for instance, has tag teamed with Rose Brewer. Rose Brewer has never really gone anywhere. She's been a continuation, an ongoing member since her debut, since she inked a contract. So anyways, the Wolfpack Gals would show more cohesive fronts as their tactics would lead them to victory over the Kabuki Warriors. Kabuki Warriors, of course, were just World Tag Team Champions a short spell ago. Another fantastic tag team. Alright, just going to catch up on chat here real quick. May have been direct. Glenn says I don't remember. Are you still planning... Oh, wait. Are you planning a TLC match? Is who planning a TLC match? Are you talking to Strife? Virgil, perhaps? I don't know who you're talking to. I didn't have my dashboard open. I was reading the Joe Links match recaps and highlights, so I'm not sure. There'll be an update on health and recovery when we know more. Okay. Question of the show. Who should face Cody Rhodes at WrestleMania 41? Glenn says possibly the most decorated wrestler is Rose. Yeah. Well, I mean, it depends on how you look at it. Because don't forget, there is January Ultraviolet, who is still the only sextuplet champion in TWA history. Now, has she won more matches than Rose Brewer? Probably no. Right? Rose Brewer has won a lot of matches. Like a fuck ton of matches. She is phenomenal. So if we're considering matches won and the amount of different championships won, then probably. I think for those that are newer to TWA, they may consider January Ultraviolet, but they don't have the history of Rose Brewer unless we tell them. Because again, January Ultraviolet, the only sextuplet champion in TWA. So, for again, anybody newer that doesn't know, sextuplet champion meaning she held 6 championships at one time. At the same time. Absolutely incredible. She was part of a tag team called Winter Swarm. That was when B. Jackson was the partner in crime of January Ultraviolet. And together they won every single championship in the women's division in both TWA and TAW. It was absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. So yeah, it just depends on how you look at it. I guess you could put January Ultraviolet and Rose Brewer almost in the same... It just happens to be that Rose Brewer's been around a lot longer. So she's won more matches. Overall, she's had more championships. However, she has never been a sextuplet champion. I'm not even sure if she's been a Triple Crown champion, actually. But she's won a lot of championships. I would have to look at the record books on Discord. Because, yeah, I'm not sure about that one. So this is definitely an elimination matchup. I wasn't sure. I thought it was, but I wasn't entirely sure. Fat lad Mitchell Vaughn kicking out. Just gets that shoulder up in time. 2 count. 2 count only. Kit Wilson looking. Oh, nice basement drop kick to Tyler North, but takes a chair right to the skull. Fat lad is bleeding all over the place. He wants to make sure somebody else is bleeding too. I don't know if Kit Wilson just got busted open, but he sure took that chair to the frontal lobe. And now the dice game numbers come up. Archer appreciate. How dare you, sir? There'll never be an Archer appreciation. TWA Fan Jam appreciation. Community appreciation. Never an Archer appreciation. I am simply the voice of the voiceless. The host of the most must-see show on Twitch and YouTube TV. But the community, and of course their talent, they are the true stars of the Archerverse channel. And TWA, Twitch All-Star Wrestling, Action Zone Wrestling, they are the stars. Alright, Glenn, you have a good day at work. Archer needs appreciation show after Joe Link. Archer never needs an appreciation show, but Joe Link definitely does need one. We still have yet to do that. We've been making plans to have one for like a little bit over a year now and still have yet to pull the trigger, so we definitely need to do that. We definitely need to do that. Another near fall. Kit Wilson just about eliminating the champion. Imagine that. Imagine if Kit Wilson was able to take out the champion. Ooh, suicide dive by Le Champion, Tyler North. Fat Lad really doesn't seem to like Kit Wilson at all. He's been going after him the whole match. Double bird to Tyler North. I'll tell you, if there's anybody that's rough around the edges, it is definitely Fat Lad Mitchell Vaughn. One of the most brutal superstars. He's like shades of Cactus Jack in many ways, you know? A lot of people don't understand Mitchell Vaughn. And I don't think anybody really knows Mitchell Vaughn, except for maybe his own stablemates, and even that's questionable. Team Dogface and Fat Lad Mitchell Vaughn have been wreaking havoc for years now in TWA. Today, Mitchell Vaughn looking to dethrone Tyler North. Wants to take home that TWA Pride Championship. Which, by the way, Curlidi, Adrian Adorable is sitting in number 3 spot for that championship again. Yo, Mufasa. What's going on, Mufasa? Can we get a shout out for Mufasa, please? I would appreciate that. Give me my championship lead, he says, right? Adrian Adorable wants that championship back. Wants that championship back. So he's, yeah, so Adrian Adorable sitting at number 3 for the Pride Championship, sitting at number 2 for the Action Zone Wrestling Continental Championship. Now there's a lot of chaos going on with that particular division, the Continental Division, between Archer, AJ Styles. Alan Severn spoke out not long ago, not really appreciating. It's odd because he was literally sticking up for Elijah Archer, but he did not care for what Team Arsenal did to Archer in the rematch. Anybody knows, of course, AJ Styles from Team Arsenal, Team Luke the Gooner 94, shocked the world, stunned the world, if you will, and defeated Archer for that Continental Championship that he held for quite some time. He was a reigning, true defending champion. AJ Styles took that championship, but then the rematch came up, and they forced Archer into a gauntlet turmoil match, which means he had to go through 3 people if he wanted to win. I thought Strife said somebody was just trying to win he was trying to become championship worthy. 98%. That's getting closer. Again, the poker hand to beat is 3 of a kind ones ace high. 3 of a kind ones ace high. But anyways, Elijah Archer lost his championship to AJ Styles, and then the Gauntlet Turmoil match, where he had to go through, well, in total he would have had to go through 4 people. Nope, 3. It was a 4-man gauntlet, and it was Mick Marvel, Will Ospreay, the Gooner. Those were the gentlemen he had to try and defeat to get to AJ Styles. Oh, and that is it. That is all. Wow, I guess it wasn't elimination. I guess it wasn't. I thought it was elimination. I guess I was wrong. But ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the match and your new TWA Pride Champion from Team Dogface, Fat Lad Mitchell Vaughn, going home with the rainbow belt. So Adrian Adorable, if you're watching, we know Team Curlidi's watching. Adrian Adorable, you've got to go through Fat Lad Mitchell Vaughn now to reclaim that TWA Pride Championship. What a matchup that will be. As Adrian Adorable is absolutely phenomenal watching that ring. One of the most exciting superstars in TWA history. The very first Pride champion, as a matter of fact. going to be looking to reclaim that championship, but to do so, got to go through Fat Lad Mitchell Vaughn. That's going to be a tall order. That is a tall order. So congratulations to Team Dogface and Mitchell Vaughn, the new TWA Pride champion. All right. One championship matchup down. The rest of the show to go. They are all championship matches here on out. Next matchup of the day, it is the Ego Club. Zach Payne and Dirty Dominic Mysterio taking on the Wolfman Alan Severn and his ghastly partner in crime, Luscious Luther Brody. We talked a little bit about that earlier. Originally, when Brody came in, he was obsessed with Ravishing Rick Rude. They had a long-standing feud, as a matter of fact. Rude accused him of infringing, of course, on his career and stealing moves, stealing fan, whatever else Rick Rude was accusing Luscious Luther Brody of. But they had a very long feud, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, they decided, fuck it, let's be tag team partners. And man, did they ever do so in style. They were tag team champions on more than one occasion. But here we are, all these years later. It was the Wolfman Alan Severn that roped Luscious Luther Brody back in. Took him for a partner himself, and the rest is history. They are the reigning, defending Twitch All-Star Wrestling World Tag Team Champions. And today, the Ego Club, #1 contenders to those championships. It is going to be a banger of a matchup, and that is next. Zach Payne, Dirty Dom, the Wolfman, and Luscious Luther Brody. That is next. That is next. All right, I got to make sure I'm paying attention to see who. Glenola got 5, 6, 7. Holy shit! I didn't even see that. That is awesome. So that is the new poker hand to beat. Glenola with the straight. Fantastic. So Strife, remember that, because you know I probably won't at some point. If you can remember that for me, I'd be grateful. I would be grateful. I would appreciate it very much. All right, but here we go. Third match of the day, second championship matchup. This time it is for the men's Twitch All-Star Wrestling World Tag Team Championships again. The Ego Club versus the Wolfpack. Showtime and go time. Let's turn and burn. And then, of course, we'll move on with our Joe Links match recaps and highlights. Cheap views. We don't need cheap viewers. Who wants to... I mean, I can do it, or Strife, if you want to have a little bit of fun here, you can drop that Banhammer. Or Mufasa, or Curliti. Either one of you can drop the Banhammer on that bot. That bot hole invading our compound, offering us cheap viewers. How dare they? We got a bot hole that we can't... Oh, you guys can't ban people? But you can AKO him. Fantastic. Alright, let me just ban the bot hole. There we go. Bot hole banned. See, Strife, this is why it pays to be a mod. But no, you gotta have your diamond. Gotta have your diamond. I don't know how many times I've snuck a mod status in there for Strife, but each and every time he wants to trade that sword for the diamond. I know, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I mean, I've tried to mod status you. You always throw the sword back in the lake and go mining for a diamond. Maybe I should make Mufasa a mod. Maybe Mufasa should be an MOD. I'm sure Mufasa would not care if he had to trade a diamond for a sword. A double-edged blade. He would probably enjoy wielding that. The double champion, the Wolfman Alan Severn from Team Glenola. Leader of the Wolfpack is Alan Severn. He is one half of the Twitch All-Star Wrestling World Tag Team Champions, and he is the reigning defending TWA Hybrid Champion. Of course, we already know who the #1 contender for that matchup is. And if you don't know, then you've got to go back and watch the beginning of the show, because we're not going to divulge that information right now. Maybe later if you're lucky. Maybe later if you're lucky, but there is a new #1 contender to to Alan Severn's BMF Hybrid Championship, which is, of course, our version of an Extreme Championship. That is TWA's version of an Extreme Championship, the baddest motherfucker on the planet. BMF. Moondust has arrived. Welcome in, Moon. What's going on, Moon? How you doing, buddy? What's new and exciting? Anything? You're just in time for our third match of the day, my friend. So far, you've missed an Elimination Royale. It was for the #1 contendership to the Wolfman's TWA Hybrid Championship. And then we had a triple threat matchup. And of course that, I mean, you literally just missed that one. You just missed that one. It was Tyler North, Kit Wilson, and Fat Lad Mitchell Vaughn duking it out, going to battle, if you will, for the TWA Pride Championship. It was a fantastic match. It's been a great day already so far. Twitch All-Star Wrestling rocking it out as always. And then don't forget, after Twitch All-Star Wrestling, for only the fourth time in history, we're going to be having ourselves a TWA World Championship Gold Rush Tournament. Humboldt C. Arcane is going to be riding the pine, watching 8 villains go to war to see who earns the right to fight the TWA champion. So it's going to be a great day. Lots going on. Lots going on. Captain Ghastly, Luscious Luther Brody. As much as I do not like Luscious Luther Brody, I can't take anything away from the man. An absolutely sensational superstar. Also in the Pride division, by the way. He's just been busy with the Wolfman, so he has not had a chance to fight for the Pride Championship as of yet. Actually, you know what would be a great match? Adrian Adorable versus Luscious Luther Brody. Perhaps we have that match. Maybe a #1 contendership match. Adrian Adorable versus... Yeah, that would be fantastic. I mean, I'm sure Team Curlini wouldn't enjoy that too much. Who the hell likes Luscious Luther Brody? The man is ghastly, the most ghastly being you can possibly find in a wrestling promotion. I mean, he's a flamboyant Rick Rude, if that tells you anything, right? Ravishing Rick Rude, you know, many would consider his actions disgusting back in the day. So if you times that by 10, you've got Luscious Luther Brody. That's who you've got. Luscious Luther Brody. However, Ravishing Rick Rude, not a member of the Pride division. Luscious Luther Brody is. But he is a force to be reckoned with. I will give him that. I do admit that. As much as I do not like Luscious Luther Brody, and I would like to fire his ass, unfortunately, there are certain powers that be, you know, we won't mention any names. Severn. We don't want to mention names, but there's certain people that do enjoy the presence of one Luscious, ghastly Luther Brody. Lusciously ghastly. So, Moon Raider, what's going on? What's new and exciting? How's your day? You got anything going on today? By the way, the broadcast booth is open, Moon. Luke the Gooner 94 is, of course, live right now, so he's not joining us at the moment. He may join us when he's finished.
The challenger's looking shaken.
Luke is always indisposed, either running a show of his own or he's at the shrine of Mickey. There's a question for everybody. Who should face Cody Rhodes at WrestleMania 41? I'm not asking you, do you know who's facing him? Or do we know who's facing him? Or, you know, I mean, because lots of things can happen. Lots of things can change. But regardless of what's been going on Raw and SmackDown, who do you believe should be facing Cody Rhodes? It doesn't have to be what's going down, what's going on, what their plan is, because we obviously know what that plan is, but who do you think should face Cody Rhodes? Alright, in the meantime, while this tag team championship matchup progresses, we're going to get back to the dirt sheets here, or, well, Joel Link's match recaps and highlights. We just finished up with the Wolfpack Gals, so we're going to move on. Of course, Wolfpack Gals picked up a big W over the Kabuki Warriors at episode number 623. So next, Penta would take on Elijah Archer. Penta would shock the Continental Champion as Penta would defeat Archer by pinfall. That was, of course, a non-title matchup. They went on to have an absolutely phenomenal feud. I mean, each and every matchup was razor-thin sharp. It was absolutely phenomenal. Great feud. Archer ended up coming in on top with that feud. Then all of a sudden, Team Arsenal was all over him, you know. How we got to our current situation with the phenomenal AJ Styles from Team Arsenal and Team Luke the Gooner 94. Well, they have Archer's Continental. Well, he considers all the belts he wins his, but so AJ Styles is the Action Zone Wrestling Continental Champion currently. Up next, it was the Dangerous Lions, TDL. Yeah, the Dangerous Lions. The TAW World Tag Team Champions would challenge the TWA Tag Team Champions, Team Arsenal. These guys would put on one heck of a performance, and the TAW World Champions would get a submission victory, making the Dangerous Lions double Tag Team Champions. And I don't think anybody's surprised by that. I don't think. I mean, Mufasa and Eric Dangerous are absolutely badasses. Absolutely badasses. So no surprise that they would become double tag team champions. Multiple time champions, each of them. The next matchup would see up-and-comer Randleman Piper. He would challenge Alex Ramon from Team Alex Sappy. Randleman Piper, of course, from Team Multi-Gunman. One of the newest superstars on the scene, doing absolutely phenomenal, by the way. But anyways, Alex Ramon, the TWA Television Champion, Alex Ramon would be stunned by Randleman Piper as he would pin Alex to become the new TWA Television Champion. Randleman Piper walks onto the scene, inks a contract, starts whooping ass, stomping a mud hole, walking it dry, TWA Television Champion, wham, just like that. And of course, the TWA Television Championship is the second most prestigious championship in the history of TWA. Some would argue that it's more prestigious because you need to have won that title, at least at some point, to be considered one of the greatest champions in history. You know, you could walk in, win the World Championship in your first match, but if you haven't held some of the other, like the Pure Wrestling Championship, the Television Champ, if you haven't held one of those championships or been in battles for those championships en route to being a world champion, you know, some people question that. Are you really one of the best? Have you been a pure champion? Have you been the television champion? I'll tell you, the talent, I mean, those rosters are deep. I mean, just go to Discord, our TWA family Discord, and have a look at the history of each of those titles, and you'll see the like, just absolutely phenomenal superstars have held those belts. So the main event of Wrestle Wars Genesis would be a triple threat match for the Women's TWA Television Championship, speaking of television championships, as Melissa Archer would defend against Queen Dust and Julia Jackson. These ladies would bring down the house. And despite the magnificent performance, Queen Dust would become the new television champion to close out Wrestle Wars Genesis. What a phenomenal match that was, by the way. Queen Dust is one of the most spectacular superstars to ink a contract for the women's division. You know, she's always been very respectful, but at the same time, she is a vixen villain. And at this point now, multiple-time champion, one champion, television champion, pure champion, world champion, tag team champion. Oh, no, not been a tag team champion yet. I mean, I was just on a bit of a tangent there. She's won every other belt. May as well toss those in too, right? But no, that's one championship she has not won yet. It would actually be cool. Now, there are rumors. There are rumors that Queen Dust may actually have a tag team partner for herself. Moonrader. I guess, Moonrader, you're the person to talk to about that. Can you give us any sort of inside information on that? Now, this is just a rumor I heard recently. And there is a name floating, but until we've heard from your team, your faction, it literally is just rumor. It is dirt sheet material. Is that true, though? Does Queen Dust have a tag team partner in mind? Joke time! Alright. I haven't seen Joke time in a while. Kudos to Variance of Strife. Alright, let's see what we can do for a joke. Let's see what we can do for a good joke. Let's see here.
Waist lock. Able to counter. Look
Manages to fight out with a series of punches.
All right. So, variance of strife, and anybody else who wants to take a shot at this, I'll give you guys a few moments. Why wasn't the Cactus? Why wasn't the Cactus invited to hang out with the mushrooms? I mean, my first question is, why are there mushrooms growing near cacti? So there's that. But it is a joke, so we're just going to roll with it. Why was the Cactus not invited to hang out with the Cactus? Or the mushrooms? That is the first joke of the day. Le question, if you will. Let me know if you have an answer. I'll give you guys a few moments to discuss it amongst yourselves and try to come up with a reasonable answer. He was a bit prickly. I mean, that's a good answer. It is a great answer, but it is incorrect. No cigar.
I don't think so. Oh, look at this ruthlessness in the bottom turnbuckle.
Great answer, but no cigar. So again, anybody that's he was not a fun guy. You know what? That's actually the answer. Except for it's obviously spelled fungi, right? Because, well, mushrooms are a fungi, right? They're fungus. Full of protein. Depending on the dish, they're quite yummy. I do like stuffed mushrooms. But yeah, he was not a fun guy. He was not invited to hang out with the mushrooms because he is not a fun guy. Congratulations on the answer there, Mufasa. Did you cheat, by the way? Did you cheat? Did you Google that shit? How fucking dare you? Yo, Luke the Gooner 94. I thought you were streaming, buddy. Are you still streaming? Are you just popping in while you're live, or are you done for the day? Are you done and didn't raid us? You didn't invade us? How dare you? Has Gooner had his match yet? Does this look like the main event? Luke the Gooner 94. Team Luke the Gooner 94. Now, he hears me. He does not fucking listen to me. Earlier, before I even went live, before we were live with episode number 624, he says, is Gooner booked today? I said, Gooner is main eventing today. You know, he's the #1 contender to the Twitch All-Star Wrestling World Championship. So he knew the answer to that question, right? He knows it's the main event. This is a tag team matchup. Does it look like the main event? It does not. You're not finished yet? Okay, I didn't think so. We appreciate you for being here, even though you're still live, Luke. Hope you guys are having a good time. Feel free to invade when you're finished and join the rest of us here at the 624th episode for TWA. It is a TWA Super Show today. Twitch All-Star Wrestling, and then for just the 4th time in TWA history, we're going to have a TWA World Championship Gold Rush Tournament. Humboldt Sierra Kane putting that title online. He's going to ride the pine, though, watch 8 villains go to war. I got to tell you, if there's one man, you know, because tournaments are grueling. We all know what TWA tournaments are like. They are grueling matchups. And then to turn around and have to face somebody like Humboldt Sierra Kane, it's almost not fair. It is almost not fair. I think even, it doesn't matter if it's Virgil or if it's Strife, I think anybody would agree, it's almost not fair. It is almost not fair. But isn't it great to be on the road again? On the road again. Can't wait to get back on the road again. We are flying high. Mrs. Archer and I got our own pad again. No further interruptions, no problematic situations, regular shows and content, and of course broadcast boosts will not be interrupted. You can't stop us now. You can't stop us now, baby. Sips coffee. You shut up. Have you been talking to my wife? You know what? You know what? I'll tell you like it is, Strife. I'll tell you like it is. Fuck you. Fuck you. Take this. Hopefully Mrs. Archer's actually not paying attention to the show right now and is busy with a client. She's a home support worker. Hopefully she's busy not paying attention to the show, because she will walk into the house and slap me in the back of my head for doing that. You know, even though she's not in the room and didn't have to listen to it, you know, live. Well, no, I guess that's not true. We are live. But she hates that. She absolutely hates that. We cleaned the coffee pot last night, did not rinse it out. Ooh, did you get some grinds in your coffee? Did you get grinds in your coffee? That sucks. There's nothing worse than ruining your first cup of coffee of the day, specifically, with grinds. Or it's not made correctly. Don't you hate that? You know, you decide, you wake up, you say, I don't feel like making a coffee today. You decide to go down to the local coffee shop, buy a coffee, come home, and either it's not made right, or you get to the bottom of your coffee and there's grinds in that shit. Coffee grinds are not tasty. I mean, they're useful for many different things, but they are not tasty. Ew. Oh, you got vinegar in your coffee. That is ghastly. You know what cleans your coffee pot better than regular vinegar? Is like malt vinegar. It stinks more, but for some reason it cleans better. Yeah, malt vinegar. Malt vinegar and ice cubes.
He's been placed in the corner now. Oh, look at
Yeah,
this. This is going to be nasty.
it really does. But yeah, vinegar, the taste of vinegar in a coffee, that would be enough to make you want to throw your coffee pot in the garbage. Out of spite alone. And there we have it. That is it. That is all, ladies and gentlemen. The winners of this tag team matchup, and still Twitch All-Star Wrestling World Tag Team Champions from Team CPAC and Team Glenola. Wolfman Alan Severn, Luscious Luther Brody, they are the Wolfpack, and they are still your reigning, defending TAW World Tag Team Champions. Congratulations to Team CPAC and Team Glenola. Still World Tag Team Champions, the Wolfman and Luscious Luther Brody. The only one of the occult you should ever expect to give you a fair fight is tables. I mean, that sounds like an oxymoron to me. That sounds like an fair fight and tables. I mean, does that sound normal to you? Fair fight, tables. I mean, I'm not wrong. You have to admit I'm not wrong. For once, I am correct about something. That sounds like an oxymoron. We're talking about tables here. Or I think. Because that's another thing that's been swirling for months now. Is it really tables? Is tables really tables? Or is it chairs? You know? Everybody remembers tables and chairs? It's one of those things. You just don't know. Well, I mean, there's ways of telling, but they're also very good at swindling, misleading. They're villains. Maybe because malt vinegar is thicker than regular vinegar, we just buy a huge jug of white vinegar and use it for a lot of yeah, well, I mean, vinegar is a very good cleaning solution. You mix it with a little bit of lemon or lime as well. Makes a nice cleaner. But yeah. Use it for a lot of cleaning. Splash that in your clothes wash. Yeah, so vinegar is good for preventing color loss too, which is weird considering it's acidic. Right? It's weird because it's acidic. But yeah, for some reason, if you add vinegar to your wash, it can help prevent color losses. One of those things that makes no fucking sense, but if you're caught up on roleplay, you would know that. I mean, I am not. You know why? You want to know why I'm not caught up on vignettes and promos? Because there was a certain individual that, you know, like Jennifer Aniston in that episode of Friends, ranted on for 11 pages, front and back. But I'm almost there, you know. Besides, you should know if I've caught up or not, because, you know, if you don't see that Archer logo, then he has not read it. Or I. Here we are talking third person. Here we are talking third person. Alright. So, still reigning defending World Tag Team Champions, the Wolfpack. Wolfman Allen Severn and Luscious Luther Brody. No surprise there. Well, I mean, a little bit of surprise because, I mean, the Eagle Club have been on a tear. I actually thought that we might have seen new tag team champions because Severn and the Wolfpack have been a little bit distracted with other matters as of late. So anything was possible today, but Wolfpack stood tall and strong. But here we go. Fourth match. Women's Tag Team Division is the destination this time. The undefeated tag team of Nikita Razor and Big Farmer Jackson. They are taking on the reigning, defending Twitch All-Star Wrestling World Tag Team Champions, the League of Nations. It is Sarah Suzuki and the mighty B. Jackson. 2v2 championships are on the line as of... Well, you already know that because it is championship matches all day today. With exception of the very first match of the day, but it was a contendership match. Every bit as important as a championship match. Those champions need contenders. We now have a brand new number one contender to the Wolfman Allen Severn's TWA BMF Hybrid Championship. Great matchup. It was. All right. So... And by the way, since I didn't mention it earlier, if you guys would like to open betting lines, let me know. I will allow it today. It is a super show. It's not just a regular Twitch All-Star Wrestling. So if you guys would like to open betting lines, I will do that for you. But this is our next match of the day. It is Big Farmer Jackson and Nikita Razor taking on the League of Nations. Tag Team Championships are on the line. If you would like a betting line open, do so before the first bell, and I'll of course set that up. But here we go. It is time to turn and burn in the women's tag team division. And of course we probably should get back to Joe Link's match recaps and highlights in a few moments. Few mementos. 24% world championship worthy. No dice. 86%. One championship worthy. Has anybody become championship worthy? I'm just scrolling back. I don't think so, but... Ah, yes, one of our newest redeems here in TWA. You can now have your wrestler bantering back and forth live during our shows by redeeming Pipe Bomb or Promo Shoot. You can have some fun, talk some trash, and have a good time while the show is ongoing. Strife, I thought you might enjoy that, actually. Open those betting lines. All right, currently in ads. Sorry about that, Moon. Give me a moment. I'm just going to open the betting lines here. All right. So, who walks out? TAW World Tag Team Champs. Is it going to be Big Farmer Jackson and Nikita Razor? Or the League of Nations, the reigning defending World Tag Team Champions? 10 minutes to make your bets. And there we go. Betting lines are open. Betting lines are open. Not yet. What's not yet? What did I ask? What did I say? I don't know what you're answering to. And if anybody is on X, formerly known as Twitter, you can, of course, follow TWA there as well. Just click that link. Strife says our wrestlers just did it anyways. That helps stand out for... Yeah, okay. And again, that question, who you guys think should face Cody Rhodes at WrestleMania 41? Regardless of what's happening in the storylines, regardless of what's been happening on the shows, who do you feel should be in that spot? Who do you think deserves to face Cody Rhodes for that title? Is the question I'm asking. You know, I understand what's going on. I've been paying attention. Right? I've been paying attention. It is almost WrestleMania time. You have to pay attention. Although the first couple months of the year are usually hit and miss with pro wrestling because everybody knows not a lot's going to happen. So they don't really pay attention as thoroughly as they do the rest of the year, right? The last couple months before WrestleMania are usually fairly boring. However, they're starting to pick up the pace. They're starting to turn the heat up in the kitchen. So it's getting interesting. Of course, ratings went up again for this past Monday Night Raw. considerably, actually, from the previous week, which I believe was at around 2.8 million. They were at 3.1 million this year, and that's going to rise. That's going to continue to rise, and of course, following WrestleMania, things will pick up for a little while. There's always times of the year, just like any other sport, where ratings are a little higher than normal. You know, for some sports, it's not till playoffs. Depends on the sport, because some sports are fucking boring. You know, for me personally, I don't know how the fuck people watch baseball on TV. You know what I mean? I used to play baseball. I did enjoy playing baseball. And it is a lot of fun to go to live games, but it's about the atmosphere at that point, the camaraderie of the people you're with. But as far as watching baseball on TV, you know, they took steroids out of the game a long time ago. Kind of made it boring. You used to have people hitting 70 home runs a year. Now you're lucky to see one at all. Not really, but you don't see them nearly as often, that's for sure. You don't have your Maguires and your Sosas anymore. But it's kind of like watching paint dry, you know what I mean? It's like watching paint dry, personally speaking. But for anybody that enjoys watching baseball, I apologize, I just don't. Yo, Rex, what's going on? What's new and exciting? Appreciate you being here. Welcome to episode number 624. We're just going to get our next matchup underway. World Tag Team Championships are on the line. Big Farmer Jackson, Nikita Razor, Sarah Suzuki, and B. Jackson, the League of Nations, putting their titles on the line. Let's get the action on the go. And then, of course, we got to hit Joe Link's match recaps and highlights and get further down the list of his very complete, because he's right up to this show. He's covered not just 623, but he's also covered the house shows that happened after episode 623. So a lot still to cover. But here we go. It is time to turn and burn for the World Tag Team Championships. Let's go. But Rex, what's new and exciting? Appreciate you being here. How's your day going? And here they come. Nikita Razor, Big Farmer Jackson. Together they are the Terrors, and they have definitely been terrorizing the women's tag team division since forming their team. They are undefeated as a tag team. Big Farmer Jackson, also the reigning, defending Women's One Champion, as you can see. Again, for anybody that's newer to TWA, the One Championship is our version of the People's Championship. Except for, generally speaking, we have polls. And the Fam Jam, the community, they vote on who they'd like to become the next contender to that championship. The only way to become a number one contender is through a multi-man matchup that issues number one contendership. You got to become championship worthy when we are live in the chat room by typing in !1, or you have to be voted on by the masses in our polls. But currently, the reigning defending Women's One Champion is Big Farmer Jackson. And here come Les Champions from Team Honeybee Wrestling. B. Jackson, of course, we talked about her earlier. She's an absolutely phenomenal human being and superstar. Once part of Winter Swarm, the winningest tag team of all time, they once held every single championship in the women's division for Twitch All-Star Wrestling and Wrestle Wars Genesis. Her partner in crime, January Ultraviolet, went on to become the first ever and still to this day only sextuplet champion, which means that January Ultraviolet held 6 championships at one time. An absolutely phenomenal feat. Ooh, Queen Dust is fired up. Look at these two bitches of B. Jackson and Sarah defending their women's tag team titles. I just hope to see them both on the losing end. Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine that, after the things that have transpired in the ring, as well as in vignettes and promos, I can't imagine that Queen Dust wants B. Jackson, or the League of Nations in general, to be defending those titles today. Although, that said, if the League of Nations loses, you still got to face the Terrors. You still got to face the Terrors. But here we go. All right, let's get back to Joe Link's match recaps and highlights. So, We left off with Queen Dust becoming the television champion to close out Wrestle Wars Genesis at episode 623. Up next, a tournament broke out, and that was for the Women's One Championship. And of course, being held by Big Farmer Jackson, the best of TWA would show up, and each ladies would not disappoint. There were only 4 winners who could advance to the semifinals, and these ladies would be the lucky ones to move on. January Ultraviolet, Catwoman, the Viking Rose Brewer, and of course Akira Blade. By the way, did everybody see that after the end of Season 5, the Blades are retiring? Hanging up their gloves. Now, I don't know if they're going to stick around for the Legends division, because whether you're retired from competition or not, you can still have that Legends contract, right? It just happens to be you would only ever be in that division if you're not going to be active on the rest of the divisions. But that will have to be clarified from Team Sir Jack the Great. We may still see the Blades from time to time in the Legends division. Akira Blade would take care of business and toss the Cat out of the tournament by defeating her by pinfall to advance to the One Championship. Next, the tournament championship match would take place, and Akira Blade would come up short as the tournament battles would fatigue her just a little too much, and Big Farmer Jackson would end up retaining her One Championship. Hence, why she came out tonight, of course, or today. It is not nighttime. It's getting closer to nighttime for those of you in the UK, of course. It's about what? Is it, I believe, depending on where you are, I think where Luke is, it's around 5:06 right now. Or no, 4:06 in the afternoon. So getting a little closer to the evening for the UK. And for those of you that are in Europe, etc. Now, after that tournament, we had a couple of go-home happy matches that took place. And one match would be a 6-man tag team match as Pretty Deadly, led by Johnny Rainbow, would take on the Occult. Pretty Deadly would put on one heck of a match, but the sheer power of Brian Cage would put the Occult over and win the match by pinfall. And to be honest, as much as, you know, Pretty Deadly, they impress everybody. Everybody likes Pretty Deadly. Everybody loves Johnny Rainbow. But I don't think anybody were expecting them to defeat the Occult in the mood they have been in lately. They have been absolutely phenomenal in that ring. Not that they aren't always, but they're a little edgier lately. You know, they've got a bit of an attitude, a grudge, if you will. So they've been absolutely dominating the tag team scene. So another house show would take place, and lots of feuds were extended and title opportunities given. The champions would stand tall as they would retain their respective titles. That was when Archer was still the Action Zone Wrestling Continental Champion. He is no longer the Continental Champion. But Queen Dust retained, Elijah Archer retained, Alex Ramon retained, League of Nations retained, TDL retained. It was a fantastic, fantastic house show. Alright, so I'm just going to catch up on chat. We'll get into more Joe Link match recaps and highlights in just a little bit. Virgo says, not many can stand up to the Demon's Maul. That's true. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. Damn, Nikita Razor showing off that power. Tosses Sarah Suzuki like a ragdoll. The Terrors, one hell of a tag team. I got to tell you, again, they're undefeated. And it's the first time in a hot minute that the League of Nations have had to face an undefeated tag team. Especially with the skills and power of the Terrors.
I think Rage took over in that moment. Nothing but blind rage.
Nikita Razor was a singles competitor for quite a spell. I don't even know how. You know, of course, Big Farmer Jackson and Nikita Razor both come from Team Boss Apollo. But to this day, I'm not sure, you know, how did Nikita Razor and Big Farmer Jackson even become a thing? You know, at the end of the day, probably nobody cares because, man, they're awesome to watch. And they've been tearing up the scene. Can they defeat the League of Nations, though? We're going to find out. League of Nations are every bit as tough. Every bit as good when it comes to B. Jackson in general. She is absolutely phenomenal. Sarah Suzuki, one of our newest Triple Crown champions, of course. I mean, League of Nations have done it all. I do believe that B. Jackson was a Grand Slam champion. She held 4 championships at one time. Her former partner again, January Ultraviolet, held 6. A record that may never be equaled. It may never be equaled. That is tough to become a Triple Crown champion, much less a Grand Slam champion or a quintuplet champion or a sextuplet champion. January Ultraviolet is sitting atop a very tall totem pole, if you will. A very tall pedestal. If those of you don't know what a totem pole, I'm sure most of you know what a totem pole is. Maybe not, I don't know. 67% World Championship worthy, getting closer. That's the toughest one to win, right? I think only 2 people have ever won it. More people win the one championship worthy, tag team championship worthy, television championship worthy. The World Championship is a hard one to win. And don't forget, you can challenge any champion. It can be Action Zone Wrestling on YouTube. It can be Twitch All-Star Wrestling World Champion. It can be TWA World Champion, which is, of course, Wrestle Wars Genesis. I do plan on doing a YouTube show. Possibly tomorrow. Depending on how bored I am, I might even do it tonight. It depends what time Mrs. Archer goes to bed, I suppose. If she goes to bed, I think she works very early again tomorrow. I think this is her weekend of work. So there's a possibility that we have a second show today, except for it'll be on YouTube. Because Action Zone Wrestling is exclusive to YouTube. Virgil says, if you think I am gold hungry, wait till my favorite finally arrives. He is going to devour the comp. Wait a minute. You have a favorite? That doesn't sound right. You have a favorite? A favorite human being? Or, I mean, saying human being, considering who the occult are, that could be very loosely lipped. But, yeah, what? You have a favorite? Did not know Virgil even had friends, much less have a favorite. Accomplices. People to do their bidding. Favorite? That's fucking weird. That is fucking weird. I'm just gonna throw that out there. It is. We are just about 2 hours in, and man oh man, what a show it's been so far. Still got lots of action for Twitch All-Star Wrestling, and then don't forget, as soon as Twitch All-Star Wrestling is in the books, it is time for the 4th ever, only the 4th time in TW history, 5 seasons. We're going to have a TWA World Championship Gold Rush tournament. That is coming up immediately following Twitch All-Star Wrestling. Poor Joe Link, he's going to be thinking, you motherfucker. You finally make it back, have a show, and you can't have just one, you've got to have 2, and now you're telling me possibly a 3rd later tonight. How dare you? Sorry about that, Joe, in advance. I mean, not really. We need to get content out, right? For the most must-see show on Twitch and YouTube TV, we've got to have content. We've got to have shows. And it's about time we have our next YouTube show. Number 41. TWA 625. But there is a possibility that it happens tonight. If not, it won't be until tomorrow night.
We are seeing absolutely no quit from
tomorrow night. Now, for those of you that never have been to a YouTube show, YouTube shows are a little faster paced. They're a little faster paced. You don't want to miss a moment of the action because you could miss an entire show in the blink of an eye. Crazy things happen in Action Zone Wrestling, and I can't stress that enough. Virgo says, well, half mortal. Yeah, fair. Well, I mean, I just favorite. That messes with my head. Virgil and the word favorite. I didn't assume he'd have a favorite anything, much less a half mortal. Just saying. I am just saying. Alright guys, I know actually I don't have a break time notice given to me or anything like that, but I do need a beverage. So I'm just going to take we have an ad break. Well, Strife, you know, if you subscribe, you don't have to worry about that. And I'm not talking about going ad-free on Twitch. I'm talking about subscribing to TWA. If you do that, then you no longer have ads. Hey, listen, if I could get rid of ads altogether, I would. It's not like I make any money on them anyways. If I could turn them right off, I would turn them right off. As it is, I cannot. So, to get around that, you do have to subscribe. But I need a drink, so I am going to be right back while I go grab myself. I'm trying to decide if I would like a cold beverage or a coffee. Coffee sounds delicious, and I've only had 2 today so far. I had one first thing this morning when I first opened my eyeballs. And, you know, I just finished another. But it is now 11:15 here. 4:15 in the UK. 9:15 if you're Central Time. 8:15 if you're on the Pacific West Coast. But anyways, yeah, I need a beverage, so I'll be right back. BRB, enjoy. Oh, what's going on here? What is going on? Oh, 1 count only. B. Jackson powers out, and I got to tell you, Nikita Razor, one of the most powerful women to ever step foot in the women's division. And then all of a sudden, Big Farmer Jackson comes in of nowhere, right? And she doesn't look like your average. She doesn't look like Nikita. She doesn't look like January Ultraviolet. But man, is she good in that ring, and she is powerful as they come. They're such a great tag team. Anyways, I'll be right back. Gonna grab myself a beverage, enjoy the matchup. I won't be long.
This is truly awesome. Tag made. Tag made. Oh, what a slam that hurt. Shutting that down with the back elbow. Thanks for coming. End of days.
Looks like the champ is going to retain.
Drops the knee. She's tagged in. Things went from bad to worse. Ooh. Ooh. Able to reverse. Put into the corner now.
Oh, took the opening to kick them right in the face.
Oh, elbow right to the breadbasket for their troubles. Rocket kick, wow. There you go, Cole. Setting up. The champ's shoulders are down. Oh, goodness for the teammate.
Not quite
in time. Carefully measuring their opponent. Sunflower kick. Could we see a new champ? Is it enough? The cover. 2. Oh, kicks out. I knew it would take more than that to put the champ away.
But just how much more is needed? The end could still be right around the corner.
Confidence must be waning as she hits the opposition hard, but still can't get the fall.
Into a power slam.
Anything can happen in WWE, and this audience is seeing that firsthand.
The entire WWE universe is going to have to pick their jaws up.
Blast off. Diving shoulder tackle. Shoulders down. Championship on the line.
Yes, they did it. New tag team champs.
Here are your winners. And the new All-Star Wrestling World Tag Team Champions, the Peers. An incredibly impressive showing by this tag team.
That was a great example of what a tag team can do when it's firing on all cylinders.
I have returned, and holy shitballs, I didn't think I was gone that long. Our new reigning defending champions, the Terrors, Nikita Razor and Big Farmer Jackson. Wow, congratulations to Team Boss Apollo. I'll be honest. I mean, they're absolutely amazing, are the Terrors. But I did not think that they would append and dethrone the League of Nations here today. I just didn't think that was going to happen. So, huge congratulations to Team Boss Apollo, Nikita Razor, and Big Farmer Jackson, still undefeated as a tag team, and your new Twitch All-Star Wrestling World Tag Team Champions. Absolutely fantastic. All right, let's go. Let's move on with the show, shall we? And speaking of League of Nations and Jackson's, the next matchup is going to be an absolute barn burner, a slobber knocker, if you will. It is Queen Dust versus Julia Jackson. And of course, if you know the Jacksons and if you know Queen Dust, they've always got something to say to one another. Whether it's positive, whether it's negative, they don't care. They are looking for limelight. They are looking for gold. Today, Queen Dust, one of our newest additions to the Legends division, looking to dethrone the multiple-time Legends champion and multiple-time champion in general, Julia Jackson. That is next. I'm going to have to... Oh, you want the betting lines open for this one? Okay, no problem. Let me go ahead and issue the payout from the last one. Let me do that first. I'll do that right now before I forget. Well, I can't forget, I guess, because I have to open a new one, but I'll get it out of the way right now. Alright, so Big Farmer Jackson and Nikita Razor, the Terrors, were the winners and became your new Twitch All-Star Wrestling World Tag Team Champions. Boss is going to flip out when he sees that. And Team Variance and Strife would like a new betting line, so here we go. Who walks out Legends Champion? Queen Dust from Team Moonraider. Or is it going to be the reigning defending TWA Legends Champion, Julia Jackson? 10 minutes to make your bets. Betting lines are officially open. So here we go. Yeah, so I wasn't completely done making my beverage because I did decide on a coffee. I blame Strife. I do blame Strife because, you know, complaining about the sipping of the coffee earlier, talking about not cleaning the coffee pot. I mean, it just kind of all ingrained into my brain. So I was in the process of making a coffee, but I heard, and the new, and I was like, oh my God. Are you shitting me? The League of Nations lost? Now, at the same time, you're talking about the Terrors. You're talking about Nikita Razor. You're talking about Big Farmer Jackson, the current reigning defending one champion. They are undefeated as a tag team. So, I mean, it was very... Yo, Ace Hunter, what's going on, my friend? First opportunity for Queen Dust at the Legends title, if you are right. You are correct. You are correct. It is her first chance. And anybody that knows Queen Jackson, it doesn't matter if it's a contendership, if it's a championship opportunity, gives it her all. One of the most phenomenal athletes and superstars in TWA history in a very short amount of time. Right? In a very short amount of time. She's absolutely sensational. She has put on a spectacle every single match she's been in. Tonight, she's facing a very, very tough opponent. A formidable champion and a formidable opponent, no matter who you are, what division you're in. From the League of Nations, from Team Honeybee Wrestling, it is Julia Jackson putting her Legends Championship on the line. We're going to get the match started. I'm going to finish making my coffee. And then we're going to move on with Joe Link's match recaps and highlights. Let's get the show on the go. Time to turn and burn for the Legends Championship. Let's fucking go. Yeah, I don't have 25 yet. It's going to be a couple to few weeks. So we're going to be continuing with Season 5 and 24 until we get to that point. Now, to be fair, I'm not necessarily disappointed because I've read a lot of bad reviews. A lot of bad reviews about 25 and some of the things going on. So I'm hoping that by the time I actually get it in a few weeks that they've got some patches out and some things are resolved. And by the way, nobody And I mean, there's probably some people. Nobody's impressed by the island. That had some of the most negative reviews out of anything else in the game. But I mean, nobody asked for it. Right? Nobody asked for it. That was not something anybody cared to have in the game. You know, we know how it works in the NBA. You know, the NBA franchise. Nobody gave a shit about it then. Nobody gives a shit about it now. But that's 2K, though. They give us things we don't ask for. But it is what it is. But anyways, I'm hoping by the time, then it could be like, you know, let's say 2-3 weeks. Maybe even a month. Who knows? Before we get 25. We are being gifted 25 again this year for the 4th year in a row. Very first year was Complete Geek TV. Then it was Soul Embers. Then it was Sir Jack the Great. And this year, Team Glenola wanted to gift our community with 2K25. So that is coming. But again, hopefully there's some patches out. I would really like to see some things that advance a little before we get into our season. But anyways, I'm going to go finish making my coffee. I won't be long. This is going to be a badass match. Make sure you get your bets in. Do not be cheapskates. Open those big fat wallets. Place a bet on either Queen Dust or Julia Jackson. Pick a side. Take a stand. It is the TWA Television Champion versus the Legends Champion. Showtime and go time, folks. But anyways, I'll be right back. You're actually enjoying the island? You're one of very few, Moon. You're one of very few. Literally. If you read anything about 25, that's got some of the worst reviews out of anything else. But some people will like it, some people don't. Doesn't matter, does it? As long as you're having a good time and you're enjoying it, that's all that matters. Doesn't matter what the reviews are. It's kind of like going to Rotten Tomatoes and reading a review about a movie. Which, by the way, actually we'll talk about it when I come back. I'm going to finish making my coffee, and I won't be long. BRB.
As a reminder, the title is on the line here in this match. And the champ is certainly going to have an uphill battle, that's for sure. She is determined to stay atop the division. We'll see if she can do just that.
Introducing the challenger from London, England, the Wrestling Alliance Television Champion, the Queen. And her opponent from London, England, the Professional Wrestling Heritage Champion, Julia Jackson.
A title coveted by legends and hungry young talent alike. Championship action underway. The champ looks as hungry and prepared here as ever.
Yeah, they have absolutely no desire to even entertain the possibility of walking out of here tonight without their title.
She likely knew that wasn't enough. She's just keeping the pressure on.
Carefully placed stomp to the arm.
Oh, right to the kidneys.
Golly. She avoids the contact.
Ooh. Oh. Ooh, look at her answering back. Knew what was coming there.
Steered clear of that. Disrupts the attack with an elbow to the gut.
Big impact.
Wrapping the arm over that top rope, punishing their opponent.
The champ getting put to the test here.
Sit out powerbomb.
Let him just take it one step closer to the title with that powerbomb.
Oh, from behind.
Oh, wow.
Frankensteiner.
Nice. She still has enough energy for a simple kick out.
She's trying to create space.
I have returned. All right, action's underway, I see. Queen Dust in control. Big kick to the head of Julia Jackson, the reigning defending Legends champion. Wow. Nice handspring moonsault by Queen Dust. And another one, this time a springboard moonsault. She is all over the place. What has she got going on now? Shades of Bray Wyatt. Of course, we all know Queen Dust, a huge fan of The Fiend, and Bray Wyatt has incorporated some of his moveset into her already devastating repertoire of moves. Nice reversal by the Legends champion. Queen Dust catches her, though. Oh, beautiful backbreaker. Beautiful backbreaker. Oh, two people caught. Wow, glam meow. Two people caught. You're caught in that? Are you still in an ad, Moon Raider? Are you still stuck in the ghastly land of ads? Luke the Gooner must still be live. I think he's playing My Rise. I could be wrong about that. If I'm not mistaken, because I did pop in to say hello before we went live, and I'm pretty sure he was playing My Rise. We'll find it eventually. I'm sure he'll be here at some point. I am sure he'll be here at some point. 2 count by Queen Dust. The Legends champion gets her shoulder up. Alright, we may as well get back to some of the Joe Link's match recaps and highlights. So we left off at the last house show when all the champions defended their titles, including Elijah Archer when he was still champion at the time. So in another house show, a couple of title matches would take place, but only one would change hands, as Johnny Rainbow would defeat Eric Dangerous for the one championship. And of course, everybody knows that was exciting for me. I marked the fuck out because everybody knows that I do love Johnny freaking Rainbow. One of the most entertaining superstars to ever step foot in a TWA, TAW, or Action Zone Wrestling ring from Team Infinite Oni. Infinite Oni is twerking right now. He's being a very bad boy. He's being very naughty. He is supposed to be working, but he is lurking here at our Super Show. Did we give Oni a shout out earlier? I can't recall. Let's find out. I can't remember. I think we might have. We're going to check anyways, just in case. We didn't give him a special shout out, so we do have that. I do like the special shout outs because you can just click that heart and follow our favorite community members when they are live producing their content. So if you're not already following Infinite Oni, make sure you smash that follow button. Or, you know, smash that heart. As violent as that sounds. Smash it. Drop kick it. And another shout out for Team Infinitoni. Appreciate that, Strife. I still want to make Mufasa a mod, I think. Mufasa's here all the time. Sometimes silently. He'll pop in at the very end of the show and be like, I've been here the whole time. I just felt like pulling a Luke the Gooner and not saying anything. I did not want to address the masses. I did not want to talk to the fam jam. But today he's been here since, I think, matchup number 2 or 3. But Mufasa would be a great mod, I think. Currently our VIP, or one of our VIPs. VIPs can't ban people for me, though. You know, we do need to ban people on occasion, especially those bot holes that like to pop in. It was the start of match number 2? Okay. Yeah, I thought it was 2 or 3. I knew it was one of them. I'll tell you, Queen Dust all over. Oh, nice counter by the Legends champion. Damn, moonsault. A lot of moonsaults today, mostly from Queen Dust. Julia Jackson delivering her own. She's going upstairs. She's going to fly. Oh, cross body from the top turnbuckle. And she's going back upstairs. Air Jackson about to take to the skies again. Another flying cross body. Takes down Queen Dust, our reigning, defending TWA television champion. This is a champion versus champion matchup. It is not title for title. It is, however, champion versus champion. Nice tilt-a-whirl backbreaker by Queen Dust. I mean, I did tell you guys this was going to be a slobber knocker. I did tell you. These are two more than formidable opponents facing one another, both champions. One of the most, what's become one of the most coveted prizes in pro wrestling history. The Legends Championship. Of course, to become a Legends Champion, you have to be either inducted into the TWA Hall of Fame, or you have to achieve Triple Crown status, Grand Slam Champion status, Quintuplet Champion status, or Sextuplet Champion status. Of course, not very many people have become Grand Slam Champions. Again, if you look on Discord at our record book, just go to the Hall of Legendary Accomplishments section. We only have one Sextuplet Champion in 5 seasons in the history of TWA, and that is January Ultraviolet. Oh my God, she did it. Holy shit. Ladies and gentlemen, the reign of terror is over. The winner of the match and our new TWA Legends Champion from Team Moon Raider, Queen Dust. Once again, a double champion. She is the TWA Television Champion, and she is now the reigning, defending, and new TWA Legends Champion. Her first shot at the championship, and she takes it home. Queen Dust picks up the big W and is our new Legends Champion. Congratulations to Queen Dust. And it was just a short spell ago that Queen Dust suggested a matchup between the two of those formidable opponents. She got her wish. She made the most of it. And as I stated, it would be a slobber knocker, but holding the title high, it is Queen Dust. Congratulations to Team Moon Raider. And, of course, Queen Dust on the big championship win. We have ourselves a new Legends Champion in the house. All right. 4 matches to go in Twitch All-Star Wrestling. One half of our Super Show today. Again, of course, in the second half of our Super Show, we're going to see for only the 4th time in TWA history a Gold Rush tournament for the TWA World Championship. Humboldt the Arcane is going to be putting his championship on the line against one of 8 villains. We'll see who earns the right to fight the world champion. Wait until you see the quarterfinals. It is going to be absolutely spectacular. But anyways, Honeybee is not going to be happy about... No, she's not. No, she's not, because the Terrors have defeated the League of Nations and dethroned them as the Twitch All-Star Wrestling World Tag Team Champions. And now Julia Jackson has fallen out of championship status at the feet of the Queen of TWA, Queen Dust. We have a new Legends champion. But she's definitely not going to be happy about that. Let me issue the payout for that. I got to remember to keep doing that, because a lot of the times Infinite Oni does it for me. So the winner of the match, Queen Dust. And there we have it. All right. 2K. Go to Variance to Stripe and 2 others. So congratulations on your jackpot win. Now, Strife. Before I begin the next matchup, do you want or need another betting line open? I just want to throw it out there. Strife says, hashtag not my queen. I mean, heaven forbid the occult ever find a female counterpart. Because the occult are difficult enough for everybody to deal with. They are absolutely a dominant force in the tag team division and in the faction wars. Imagine if they had a female added into the mix. I couldn't even imagine what that would be like. What that would incorporate into their faction, but or who that would be for that matter. But man, oh man, that would be spectacular. Special show, it should be all of them. Sorry, what should be all of them? What should be all of them? Oh, you mean the betting lines? Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, so betting line is being opened. Let me take care of that. Where is Infinite Oni when you need him? I know he's at work, but goddamn, he's twerking. He could take care of the betting lines. So, who walks out TAW Pure Wrestling Champion? Is it going to be the former world champion and multiple-time champion Zara Taylor from Team Joe Link? Or is it going to be the reigning, defending Twitch All-Star Wrestling Pure Wrestling champion from Team Glenola representing the Wolfpack Gals, Jennifer Wolf? $10 minutes to make your bets. And there we go. Betting lines are open. Take a stand, pick a side, make a bet. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Zara Taylor? Or is it going to be Jennifer Wolf? We're going to find out right now. Time to get the show on the go. Matchup number 6 for Twitch All-Star Wrestling. Do remember that after Twitch All-Star Wrestling, we're having our Gold Rush tournament. Again, it's only the 4th time in TWA history in 5 seasons. The TWA World Championship, the most prestigious prize in all of pro wrestling, is up for grabs in a Gold Rush tournament. That is next. Well, it's not next. It's our next show. It is a super show. Back-to-back shows today. There's over 3,000 Archerverse coins in the jackpot currently. If you guys want to get a bet in, slide it on in there. Get a slice of that pie. Here comes Zara Taylor from Team Joe Link. She is the reigning, defending TWA Women's Champion. And of course, in just a little bit, we'll get back to Joe Link's match recaps and highlights. Zara Taylor looking to become a double champion once again here today by picking up a win over Jennifer Wolf if she's able. In Season 6, which is only a matter of a few weeks away, I believe, we're going to be going back to Pure Championship rules. We're going to have our own special set of TWA Championship rules, or TAW, rather. Championship rules for the Pure Wrestling Championships. which we once had locked in place. Things got carried away, out of control. Just depends on who had the championship. They just wanted to take on all comers in any match type possible. But we are going back to the pure championship rules. Disqualifications, countouts. Countouts are, of course, shortened to 5 seconds, and there is a time limit that you have to try and defeat the champion. We kind of abandoned those rules for quite some time. We're going back to those rules.
But all it takes is one wrong move, and that title could be going home with somebody else.
It's, of course, what set the Pure Wrestling Championship apart from the Television Championship to begin with.
Major title defense. Can she handle the pressure of this match?
In just a few moments, we'll move on to our next house show that was held after episode number 623. We, of course, last left off with Johnny Rainbow defeating Eric Dangerous for the One Championship. Johnny freaking Rainbow from Team Infinitoni. Zara Taylor, a fan favorite, as you can see. To be fair, both of these champions, highly revered. Jennifer Wolf, a member of the Wolfpack Gals. Zara Taylor has never really been part of any faction, although she does stay very close to the Outlaws. She does stay very close to the Outlaws from Team Joe Link. Not officially a part of the Outlaws. Our sixth matchup here at Twitch All-Star Wrestling. We're just about to hit the betting rounds. And of course, that means any normal show. That is when we would open up the betting lines for the final 3 matches of any card. Today's a super show, like Variant of Strife has said. So we are opening all betting lines. Now, Strife, don't forget that starting the next round, you don't have to open the betting lines. They will be automatically opened for you. They will be automatically open for you. 3 more matches to go for Twitch All-Star Wrestling. The betting lines will wrap up our first show of the day, and then it is on to our Championship Gold Rush Tournament. There'll be a short intermission between the 2 shows so that I can quickly take out my puppy, who would probably like to go for AP at some point. I mean, she's already been out, but she does like going outside. Things to see, people to bark at. Actually, she doesn't bark at people. She does not bark at anybody, but she loves to go outside. So I'll make sure she gets a chance to do that before we start our Gold Rush Tournament. Again, it's only the 4th time in TWA history where you're going to see the TWA World Championship, the most coveted prize in pro wrestling history, up for grabs via Gold Rush Tournament. Jennifer Wolf remains in control here. Nice counter. Big elbow to the face of Jennifer Wolf by Zara Taylor. Zara looks like she might be going for a trifecta here. Beautiful. Standing vertical suplex finishing off that trifecta. Martial arts expertise coming out in Zara. Former kickboxing champion and amateur wrestling champion. An All-American is Zara Taylor.
Capitalized on that window and just clubbed them.
Oh, look at this. Big power slam from the champion. Lands Zara right on her spine, but Zara kicks out. 2 count only there. Remember that any of you can actually redeem Pipe Bomb or Promo Shoot. It is 1 Archerverse coin, or TWA coin, to do so. And your wrestler, your manager, or anybody else as part of your faction or management team, you might only have 1 wrestler, who knows? But you can rant, rave, and banter on. Challenge somebody, talk trash about somebody, have a little bit of fun while we are live. Team Variants of Strife have already been doing that as the show has gone on. Queen Dust, of course, had something to say. It's been a great show so far. We're just about at the 2.5 hour mark, with 3 matches to go for Twitch All-Star Wrestling, and then it is Gold Rush time. And again, there is a possibility that we have Action Zone Wrestling live on YouTube tonight. It is literally just going to depend on what Mrs. Archer is up to later tonight, what time she decides to retire for the evening. As it is, when she's done work today, we'll still be alive for a little bit. When she arrives, of course, I'll be taking a short break just to go say hello to my beautiful. She's worked hard all morning. She was up at 4:30 this morning, had to be to work by 6. She's a home support worker, so she takes care of people for a living now. She is a superstar in her own right. She is an essential worker, a hero to many that are in need of her assistance. She's an absolutely brilliant woman. I love her to death. And of course, luckily for all you villains, she does keep me in line. Everybody knows she has a wrestler of her own, Melissa Archer. Multiple-time champion. She likes to go around stealing championships, however. Sometimes the Legends Championship, sometimes the Television Championship. January Ultraviolet has played those same mind games with people. There's a few people that do enjoy doing that. There's definitely a few people that enjoy doing that. Zara Taylor looking for the 3 count here. Oh, that was close. Jennifer Wolf just about lost her championship. Zara Taylor was a millisecond away from becoming a double champion. Again, this is not title for title. It is champion versus champion, but not title for title. So if Zara Taylor wins, she will become a double champion. If Jennifer Wolf wins, she simply retains her Pure Wrestling Championship. She would love to take that gold back to the Wolfpack. Oh, Zara Taylor was a little impatient there. If she had just waited a second, she would have realized that Jennifer Wolf was climbing back into the ring. Landed with nobody home hard on the outside. That could be a game changer. It's definitely so far turning the tides. Jennifer Wolf will take any opportunity she gets to capitalize. Faked out Zara, but Zara didn't see it. She's barely standing outside the ring, wobbling. Oh, missed the lariat. Oh. Damn. Face buster by Zara Taylor. Plants the champion on her back again. Well, face first, actually. Jennifer Wolf may need a little facial reconstructive surgery there. Both of these Vixen villains starting to fatigue a little. Oh, another counter by Jennifer Wolf. Retaliation by Zara, however. Another counter by Jennifer Wolf. These two champions are giving it their all. Infinite only says, hey, I have a few minutes before my lunch ends. Fantastic. Fantastique. We were just actually not long ago, I mean, you may or may not have heard us because you're twerking, but we were actually talking about the great January Ultraviolet being the only sextuplet champion in TWA history, a feat that may never be equaled. I mean, many never achieved Triple Crown status, much less becoming a sextuplet champion. 6 championships at one time. January Ultraviolet was able to accomplish. What an accomplishment that was. Zara slams on the brakes before hitting those steel steps. And again, Jennifer Wolf hell-bent on throwing her face first into those steps, but Zara is like, hell to the no. Hell to the no. She does not want to eat steel. Does not want to eat steel. Has anybody become championship worthy yet? Don't think so. Don't think anybody's beat the poker hand yet. To my knowledge, Glenola is still leading at dice with a 6 and a 5. You got to get a pair to beat him. Whether that be a pair of 1s, a pair of 2s, a pair of 6s, doesn't matter. The only way to beat that 6 and 5 is with a pair. Mufasa with a 2 and a 5. She's got a big match coming up soon, Infinite Oni says. I mean, any match involving January Ultraviolet is a big match, let's face it. Moon Raider is in the house, joining the broadcast booth. What's going on, Moon? Except I can't hear Moon. Are you on mute, Moon?
I'm just chilling.
Have you muted yourself? How dare you? Oh, there, I can hear you a little bit. Oh, look at that, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. That is all. The winner of the match and your new Twitch All-Star Wrestling Pure Wrestling Champion from Team Joe Link, Zara Taylor. Your new Pure Wrestling Champion and your newest double champion. Again, she is also the TWA World Champion. What a fantastic matchup between Jennifer Wolf and Zara Taylor. Zara Taylor gets the job done and is going home with a second strap of gold. Fantastic. So congratulations to Team Joe Link and Zara Taylor. You know what that means? You know what that means, Moon? That means we move on to the betting rounds. It is time. But before that, I do have to issue the payout from the last match. And Strife, don't forget, you don't have to open those betting lines. They're opened automatically for the next 3 matches. So Zara Taylor was the victor. Not really a good night for champions. Every single champion has lost their championship so far. Absolutely crazy. All right, so that championship victory, the payout has been issued. And we'll move on to the next matchup. Triple threat elimination matchup. Former Action Zone Wrestling Champion, the one, Elijah Archer, taking on the reigning defending Action Zone Wrestling Champion. That's something we can talk about later. Archer's still not happy about that one. He got his rematch, but it wasn't exactly the rematch he was looking for. Team Arsenal thought it would be amusing to throw Archer into a gauntlet turmoil match, which means he had to go through 3 other members to try and win that title back. That did not exactly go as planned. We'll talk about that later. But they are taking on Carmelo Hayes. Carmelo Hayes has been shocking the world, stunning the industry with his victories as of late. He is your reigning defending Twitch All-Star Wrestling Pure Wrestling Champion, but his title is being put up on the line, triple threat elimination style. Who's it going to be? The one, Elijah Archer, the reigning defending Action Zone Wrestling Continental Champion AJ Styles, or does Carmelo Hayes retain his championship today? We're going to find out, but let's get the betting line open. So what's new and exciting, Moon? Anything for you?
Just came on the new 2K25.
How's things going with that? Have you had any issues, encountered any problems? Because
I've been doing my GM with two of the dudes I know.
Okay.
And basically, every time when we do it, like with me creating a session, with me creating the session, or one of the two guys that created it,
right?
We've been having nothing but blue screens every time and getting disconnected from it.
Yeah. So there's been a lot of complaints about 25 so far. Now, mind you, most of it's all pre-launch, right? I think launch date is what, today? Is today launch date? Like globally?
Yes,
yeah. So 2K is going to have to get busy, because if there wasn't enough bad reviews with the pre-launch, they're definitely going to have some people speaking up and shouting. You know what I mean? They're going to be shouting from the mountaintops about any issues that are going on. So hopefully they get some patches going. Because again, I'm a few weeks away from having 25, so I'm really hoping there's at least a couple to few patches to fix any problems they're having before we go live with 25 in season number 6. We'll see how that plays out. But yeah, I've read a lot of bad reviews about things that are going. See, the thing is that in my opinion, they get the wrong people to test these games. First of all, they don't need a game every year. Stop rushing games. You know, stop rushing games. Stop adding things to games that our fans haven't asked for. Like, if you read about some of the things people have been asking for to be added to the games, not once did we read anything about, you know, an edition that was made popular via NBA, you know, franchise. I'm talking about the island. A lot of people have had bad things to say about the island. I haven't seen it. I've seen people doing it. When you're watching somebody do it, to me, it's just boring. So there's that. But it's probably one of those things you got to be interactive with. You got to play it yourself. You have to follow through the whatever the game mode is for the island. But a lot of bad reviews for that alone. My Rise was the only one people didn't seem to have a lot of issues with, I guess, at the moment. But Universe Mode's had issues. People have been crashing, blue screens, weird things happening. I mean, that's to be expected. It's the launch of a game. But they really do need to stop pushing out a game every year. Go to a game every couple of years. Give us some DLCs in between. Really perfect that and try to correct any problems with the game before you launch it. But get people... in my opinion, streamers are the best people to test these games out. We push the limits of these games with our images, our championship, all of our creations that we do when we're using Universe Mode and running shows. We very quickly find out the glitches and what's going on wrong with the game. So it should be streamers they look to. The people streaming the 2K series, those are the people that should be testing these games. You would find the problems much quicker and be able to resolve it quicker. That's just my opinion. But it's true, though. We do push the limits of these games. We push it to the very... You know what I mean? We're pushing the buttons of these games, so to speak. But I'm hoping some stuff is resolved before we go live with Season 6. But here we go. Going to open the betting line here. Who walks out TAW Pure Wrestling Champion? Elijah Archer, AJ Styles, who's currently wearing Elijah Archer's Action Zone Wrestling Continental Championship. Or is it going to be the reigning defending champion, Carmelo Hayes? As always, 10 minutes to make your bets. And there we go. Betting lines are open. Let's turn and burn with this triple threat matchup. Elimination style for the Pure Wrestling Championship. And again, in Season 6, we're going to be bringing back Pure Championship rules. We kind of abandoned that for a while, but it was what really set, you know, it was a clear difference between the Pure Wrestling Championship and the TWA Television Championship, which we see on Wrestle Wars Genesis. So we're bringing that back. There is a time limit that you have to contend with to defeat the champion. There are disqualifications. There are countouts. So, of course, the countouts are reduced. You don't get a 10 count. They try to keep the action in the ring. So you get a 5 count with Pure Championship rules. But always good action. Always good action. All right, here we go. It is elimination time. AJ Styles, the phenomenal one, versus the one versus Carmelo Hayes. Who's walking out the champion? We're going to find out right now. Let's turn and burn. By the way, Moon, who do you think should be facing Cody Rhodes? I know you know what's going on with Raw, SmackDown, NXT, all that stuff. But who do you feel should be facing Cody Rhodes?
I think the one who should be facing Cody Rhodes is The Rock, because after the interaction after what The Rock said to Cody Rhodes and the 3 fingers that he done, I think he should have been the one to take on Cody Rhodes.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Because, I mean, for well over a year, right, there's been story building between The Rock and Cody Rhodes. Yet we are where we are somehow, right? We are where we are somehow. We got John Cena, of course, turning heel, sending shockwaves through pro wrestling. Now, although it was a shocking moment, and people felt it, you know, the audience was complete. Like, if you watched any of the reactions, it was a big, big moment in pro wrestling. What I'm getting tired of is people comparing it to the Hogan heel turn back at Bash at the Beach in WCW days when they were beating the WWF 83 weeks in a row. The funny thing about that is I actually thought it was 84 weeks. Apparently it's 83. But anyways, neither here nor there. The problem is the Hulk Hogan heel turn was not just a big moment and didn't just send shockwaves. Like, people were legitimately pissed. They threw garbage in the ring. They wanted to kill Scott Hall, Kevin Nash, and Hulk Hogan at the time. Nobody thought ever they would see, the leader of Hulkamania, right? The red and yellow Hulk Hogan turning heel, much less forming the NWO. It was just a different time, different situation. And out of a 10 on the emotion scale, it was probably a 9 or a 9.5, where I think that, I mean, although I didn't, some people say, oh, I saw John Cena turning heel. I think you're bullshitting. I think you're bullshitting. I don't think anybody really saw that coming, especially considering where we are with his retirement tour. It's too little too late, I think, in a way. At the same time, it certainly makes the retirement tour that much more interesting. You know what I mean? So there's that. But, I don't know. I would say the Cena turn, more like an 8, 8.5. 8, 8.5. It's not on the same level as Hulk Hogan. After saying the prayers, taking the vitamin, all that. He was the hero for so many children and so many people. And all of a sudden he turned his back on the audience, dropped that big leg across the throat of Macho Man Randy Savage, and formed the NWO, right? That was huge. I don't think that can ever be replicated. That said, this did come close, right? They did it very well, right? They hit it. They didn't give us many teases that was a possibility. Matter of fact, for years, they've told us how it likely wouldn't happen, even though there was a time where it was supposed to happen. And it would have been so much better, right? And people have wanted it for years and years. They wanted to see a heel John Cena. But it got scrapped. He had a new theme song. They had everything worked out, and then Vince did what Vince does best and changed it up because he was worried about how merchandise might sell. Here's the thing. Just because you turn heel doesn't mean you're going to sell less merchandise. For some people that may be the case. We're talking John Cena here. He still would have sold merchandise like a motherfucker. So I don't know where he got that from. It's like Hulk Hogan. You don't think Hulk Hogan sold more merchandise? Maybe not immediately, because people were pissed. Like I said, people genuinely were hating on Hogan and Hall and Nash. It was a nasty scene. But eventually, as the heels, they were making money hand over fist. Right? NWO made some of the most money in wrestling history. John Cena would have done the very same. So it's a really sad thing in a way for me that we didn't see a heel Cena long before now. But we all know that Vince lost touch with the fan base. He lost, he went from being a visionary of the business to maybe pre-Alzheimer's. I'm not sure what his issue really was, but man, he had really fallen out of touch with the business, fallen out of touch with the fan base, and he was just doing whatever Vince wanted to do, and absolutely nothing that the fans wanted him to do. You know what I mean? So it just is what it is. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't think you ever beat the formation of the NWO, but that came very close. It was very heated. It was, I mean, people were shocked. The looks on people's faces, the things they were saying and screaming and yelling, the reactions were priceless, but still different. Still different. Did you see the heel turn of Hogan, Moon?
Yeah, I saw the Vince McMahon documentary, which I finished a few months ago. But I saw the part, like third episode, I think it was the third episode or the fourth episode. Then Scott Hall and Kevin Nash had like a farewell type of tour, which was an off-screen live event, which was reviewed from the camera, like from the fans and audience. And this was a few days before they made their way to WCW.
Yeah.
In which that was at the time in that range when Hulk Hogan, when they were saying like, oh, he's going to be the big man, and then Hogan came in to say I forgot the team name between himself and Randy Savage. I think it was Mick Powers. Tried to save Randy Savage at that WCW show, and then tried to be there for Randy Savage, Turkey's back, which was the heel term, which everyone didn't fully expect, so then a leg drop Randy Savage.
Randy Savage was one of my favorite wrestlers. I say one of, because my favorite wrestler of all time is still Bret the Hitman Hart. I just liked so many different aspects of Bret Hart's game. I mean, I'm Canadian, so there's that. But I mean, he was so technically sound, such a brilliant technician, and he knew with every single movement in that ring how to tell a story. Beloved by fans, you know, he was such a great wrestler. Now, if you ask him, the best of all time is either Ricky the Dragon Steamboat or Mr. Perfect, if you ask Bret Hart. Ric Flair will tell you much the same. Actually, Ric Flair will say Bret Hart or Mr. Perfect or Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. So Ricky the Dragon and Mr. Perfect are two names that come up an awful lot with some of the greats in pro wrestling history, and for a reason. Ricky the Dragon Steamboat absolutely should. I know he was a babyface, and he was always a babyface, but they should have put the belt on Steamboat. Not many people in wrestling history come close to even being as good as Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. You know, he just like Bret Hart, he was so technically sound. He could high fly like a luchador. He was powerful. He had the look, the presence, great on the mic. Interaction with the fans was phenomenal. And in my opinion, had he had that WWE or WWF at the time World Championship, I think he would have climbed the list of best wrestlers of all time just a little more, because people quite often leave Ricky the Dragon off of, when you talk about the best wrestlers of all time, they quite often leave Ricky the Dragon off those lists, and it's one of those things, it's like, why? Like, he wasn't WWF champion, but he held many other championships. He was one of the greatest intercontinental champions, you know? So, like, look at some of the matches Ricky the Dragon had with Ric Flair even. Those guys wrestled over 2,000 times. And if that's not incredible enough, if you go back and watch the matches, they weren't even repetitive. You know? I mean, everybody does similar movesets in each match that they've done before, but they found ways to make the matches different. And they constantly sold out arenas. Constantly had fans standing at their... I mean, they were just such great performers. You know? And you know who else I would have liked to have seen wrestle Ricky the Dragon Steamboat is Shawn Michaels. I think that would have been phenomenal. You know, Mr. WrestleMania versus the Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. There's a lot of matchups that I could think of that would have been phenomenal, but they just never materialized for whatever reason. And why they never put a belt on Steamboat, I don't know. Maybe he was too good of friends with Vince, and Vince was afraid of fallout. I don't know what the real story is behind that, but it's almost a travesty when you think about it. Ricky the Dragon should have been world champion. There's many people, you know, Rick Rude, Razor Ramon, Jake the Snake Roberts. Now, with a couple of those, Jake and Scott Hall to be specific, I mean, they were phenomenal. They were way ahead of their times. They were some of the greatest wrestlers ever. But they had demons, right? You know, they had alcohol problems. There was drug problems in some cases. So they just couldn't be trusted to be the face of the company. So I get that, but it's just too bad. Jake the Snake Roberts, in particular, is one of my favorites. Just simply because that guy could be a babyface, he could be a heel, he could cut a promo better than almost anybody you've ever heard step foot into the squared circle. You know, when he move for move, again, he's one of those guys, move for move. He told a great story in that ring. When he hit that DDT, you believed that DDT knocked out his opponent. You know, not like today where everybody's doing a DDT, where everybody's doing a tornado DDT. You know? The only other person to ever make the DDT look good, in my opinion, was Randy Orton. As good as Jake, anyways. He does it differently, obviously. Does it off the ropes, right? Off that second rope. But Jake the Snake Roberts was fucking awesome. And it's too bad he couldn't have gotten a hold of those demons a little sooner. And because he would have been such a great heel champion. I'm not saying he wouldn't have been a good babyface champion. Don't get me wrong. But if you've ever watched Jake the Snake Roberts as a heel, like when he was up against Macho Man Randy Savage and The Undertaker, the man was amazing. Like, he would have been such a great heel champion. So, it's too bad, really. But it is what it is. What do you do? We can't change history. Carmelo Hayes just about beat Archer. Come on, Archer. Get your ass off that mat. Oh, Styles Clash. Now this is an elimination matchup. Hayes kicks out. He's still in it to win it. We are still 3 struck. AKO out of nowhere. AKO out of nowhere. And AJ Styles, the man that took the Continental Championship away from Elijah Archer in Action Zone Wrestling, is history. Archer took him out. Oh, I thought Archer was just about done like dinner. I thought Carmelo Hayes was about to get his hand raised. Carmelo Hayes has been amazing in Season 5. It's kind of weird. Oh! Springboard AKO. Oh, and Hayes kicks out again. God damn. Oh, he missed the Cyclone kick. Springboard lariat by Carmelo Hayes. Takes Archer back off his feet, looking for the 3 here. Oh, he did it! Oh my God! Archer looking for redemption here tonight. Lost his Continental Championship in Action Zone Wrestling to AJ Styles and Team Arsenal. Looking to become Pure Wrestling Champion one more time, but Carmelo Hayes stands tall. Watches Archer AKO AJ Styles and eliminate him. Carmelo Hayes all over the one Elijah Archer. Takes him out, and he becomes the first champion of the night to retain his gold. Congratulations to Carmelo Hayes, still your reigning defending Twitch All-Star Wrestling Pure Wrestling Champion. Wow. Because Archer lost, but hey, if you look at it from a different point of view, at least he beat AJ first. Right? He took out the guy that took his belt away. That's saying something. Then we got Carmelo Hayes capitalizing on a fatigued Archer, because most of that matchup, it was AJ and Archer locking horns. I mean, they were tiring each other out like a motherfucker. And Carmelo Hayes played his hand right. He played his cards correctly and was able to retain his gold. So congratulations to Carmelo Hayes. Moving on to the co-main event of Twitch All-Star Wrestling. This is going to be one hell of a battle. This is an ambulance match for the Twitch All-Star Wrestling World Championship. Amber Extreme, dangerous Amber Extreme, taking on January Ultraviolet, the most decorated superstar in TWA history. She is the only sextuplet champion in 5 seasons. Looking to become world champion, looking to dethrone and take out Amber Extreme from Team Joe Link. It is Infinite Oni versus Joe Link. January Ultraviolet versus Amber Extreme. That is next. But first, But first, we need to issue the payout and get a new betting line open. All right. 55% of you fools bet on Elijah Archer. That's what you get. That is what you guys get. How dare you bet on Archer? Not even I would bet on Archer. I manage Archer. I wouldn't bet on his ass. Carmelo Hayes was the winner. Did anybody bet for Carmelo Hayes? Yep, they sure did. Of course Variance's Strife did. Fuck you, Strife. How dare you bet against Elijah Archer? Even though I just said, you know, why would you all bet on him? That doesn't matter. But how dare you, Strife? Luke the Gooner 94 invading the compound with 3 villains. How was your show? What's new and exciting, Luke? How was the rest of your show? You were playing My Rise, yeah? Was I right about that? I was talking about it just a little while ago, but I couldn't remember if you were doing My Rise. You were doing My Rise, yeah? Or was it GM mode? I forget. But anyways, let's get the next betting line open. 4,000 TWA coins go to Variance's Strife, who, of course, bet for Carmelo Hayes. The only one to bet for Carmelo Hayes. Give me a second. So who walks out? TAW. World champion. Might help if I could spell it right. Hold on. Who walks out TAW World Champion? Is it going to be January Ultraviolet? From Team Infinite Oni? Or is it going to be Dangerous Amber Extreme from Team Joe Link, the reigning defending champion? 10 minutes to make your bets. There we go. Betting lines are open. And by the way, Luke, broadcast booth is open. Moon Raider is already on the broadcast booth, rocking and rolling, enjoying the show, while you are probably, now that you're not running a show, you're probably sitting in front of the shrine, hopefully not mutilating yourself. And if you are, we do not want to know. Thank you very much. Just throwing that out there ahead of time. But we do know what you do at the Shrine of Mickey. We do know. We know. You do not need to tell us. Moon does not want to know. I do not want to know. Moon, I'm correct. You don't want to know what he's doing. You don't want to know that shit, do you? I don't want to know that shit. No self-mutilation. Alright, so betting line is open. It is time to rock and roll with our next matchup of the day. This is for the TAW World Championships co-main event of Twitch All-Star Wrestling. Let's rock and roll. Here we go. Alright, Moon, I'm going to leave you at the broadcast for just a minute. I must visit the facilities. It's been, what, just about 3 hours. And, yeah, I gotta hit the head, so I'm going to be right back. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys got questions for Moon, now's a great time to ask him any questions. Maybe you'd like to tell some jokes in the chat. Moon could read those for you live, or I can read them when I get back. Either way, I'm not a gambler, therefore I don't wear Depends on a regular basis. Or at all, actually, for that matter. Just throwing that out there. But I do have to take a brief break. I'll be right back. Moon Raider, you are sailing the ship, my friend. I'll be right back.
gentlemen, pay respects to your double champion.
I already am.
Well, double your respects then. A women's title in WWE is a sign of true greatness. And this woman has two sides in her hands right now.
And the look on her face says, you think you can take either of these from me? Well, I dare you to try.
Target on her back, and on both titles, it's time for the champ to go to work.
Introducing the challenger from Huntington Beach, California, the Wrestling Alliance Television Champion. And her opponent from Ann Arbor, Michigan, the All-Star Wrestling World Champion and one half of the Wrestling Alliance World Tag Team Champions, Dangerous
This title has been widely talked about and become many superstars' main focus.
How are you, an Archer? How are you doing, Archer? Guess an Archer's away.
There are no pinfalls, submissions, disqualifications, or countouts. The only way to win is for a superstar to force their opponent into the ambulance by any means necessary. After closing both doors, the remaining superstar will be declared the winner. Now, let the match begin.
Here you have the championship on the line. A champion on high alert. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in store for something special. She heads out of the ring. Interesting strategy.
Out drop that bow.
Oh, man.
Kicks to the lower back, clutching the wrist. Just absolutely punishing their opponent here, relentlessly. Super kick.
Oh, this is a tough test, though.
Boom.
Both women are
Driving
great.
a knee right to the ribs.
Have been great ever since last year. They've both been like, to me, like since me coming by. They've been there like January and extremely good. Both are incredible.
Unbelievable impact. That had to send tremors down the challenger's entire body.
And gets tossed back into the mat.
Opening the end.
I have returned. What have I missed? Anything?
Archer, how are you?
Hey, Luke the Gooner 94 is in the house. What's going on, my friend? How's the rest of your show?
It was alright. Yeah.
Now, because I was talking about it earlier, but I couldn't remember. Were you doing my rise or were you doing GM mode?
Yeah, I was doing my rise.
And how are you enjoying that so far?
It's pretty good, to be honest. You can play as like your female and your male at the same time.
Okay. Now,
Not separated,
have you encountered any of the problems that a lot of other people have had?
They fixed my rise up a bit, so they stopped it from like crashing constantly when you load it.
Yeah, I guess it was just crashing out as soon as people would load, or they'd start a match and then a blue screen would appear, and they were having all kinds of issues. I mean, there hasn't been, most of the negative reviews have all been about the island. I don't know much about the island. I know it's just a rip-off of the NBA franchise for 2K. Which...
You run around, do his quests, right?
Yeah.
You run around, right, and you basically talk to people, and there's no dialogue or nothing. It's just really boring.
I was just gonna say, I did watch.
It's so like corny. Like I wasn't intending to play it anyway, but I just thought, let's just have a look and see.
I did watch a few different channels and saw people.
In NBA, so
no, like a lot of people didn't care for it in NBA. So I'm
right. The thing is, right, in the NBA game, they had the neighbourhood, which was yeah, you still walked around and played on the courts and stuff, but it was just smaller than the city, so it was better.
Yeah.
The city's just too big, that's the issue.
Well, in my opinion...
I'm not doing all that walking around.
In my opinion, adding the island...
I'm not doing all that walking around on a fucking wrestling game.
Yeah, well, I mean...
I found a glitch... I found a method for people to unlock the paybacks without playing the island if anybody actually wants to do that.
One of the things that keeps coming up is just that nobody asked for this island. It's not something anybody wanted added to the game, and in my opinion, it's just one step closer to pay as you... Because, in NBA, you spend money in their version of the island to unlock things or buy certain things. I just think it's one step closer for the 2K franchise. You don't have to, but it's still the option that's there, and people don't necessarily like that shit. But I don't know. I again, just like yourself, when I watched a couple channels running through the island, I was bored. I ended up changing channels.
You can't interact. You can't even interact with anything at all. It's like. I mean, I guess some of the details look nice, but we didn't want this type of mode in a fucking wrestling game.
Yeah, it was one of those unwanted things added when they could have worried about.
Dialogue. There's no dialogue. You have to read everything. It's like that's kind of like.
Yeah.
Now, I know you do quests and like stuff. I know you do like fucking like story and stuff in the My Rise as well. But My Rise is a completely better mode than the fucking island. Like.
So you think My Rise is better for 25 than 24?
Oh yeah.
I can
already see it. I did enjoy it. I did actually enjoy it on 24 though. To be honest, the women's My Rise was better than the men's.
Oh, that's yeah. The women's one's way better than the men's one.
Well, that aside, I mean, I remember saying multiple times during even 2K24. I find that the women's matches are sometimes more entertaining to watch than the men's matches. Now, I guess that kind of... It just sort of correlates, right? Because if you're watching any wrestling show today, the women are the stars right now. I'm sorry, but they're outshining the men in so many different ways when it comes to in-ring action. And absolutely.
I watch them both genders, me. It doesn't have a preference as long as like...
I do like being able to have intergender titles now. Because that's something
that is actually sick, that.
It is, because that's something we struggled with.
I'm having the intergender tag team division this year, mate.
Oh, me too.
That's gonna be fun, mate. I'm gonna have a bit of fun. It's gonna be more of a fun division, so you can have like Becky Lynch and Seth Rollins and something like that. You can have like Guna and Mickey James. You can have like Michelle McCool and The Undertaker if you want. Just tag team championships.
now, I may have the intergender titles exclusive to Action Zone Wrestling. That way it's like an extra reason to tune in to YouTube when we run our Action Zone Wrestling shows. But
I haven't made any arenas and stuff like that yet. I haven't got around to doing that yet.
Well, I mean, I'm a few weeks away from having 25. So Glenola plans on gifting our community for the 4th year in a row with the newest 2K game. So we will be getting 25.
Which one are you getting, like? Is it standard or is it just the growth one?
I'm not sure. That's completely up to Glenola. I don't really know.
It just depends on what type, but it doesn't matter much of it. It's just all you get.
Well, exactly. And if somebody in the community is going to be gifting us, then I don't ask questions, right? It's just not something I do.
Yeah.
But
it's just like you should be correct.
Not going to make demands.
Man. That's what my dad told me, man.
Yeah. Now, either Moon or Luke, have you guys dabbled with GM mode yet for 25?
Yeah, I've been glad at it. I like it.
Yeah. Now,
I'm going to start a new save at some point, but I'm just having to play around with some of the new stuff. I've done my first cross-branded pay-per-view last night.
So, now, did you play GM mode for 24 as well?
Yeah, I'm a GM mode fan.
Okay, so which one do you think's better, or are they about the same, or is it like My Rise?
I think it gets better. It gets better every year. GM mode.
Okay. And what about
you? Can now have you can literally do a lot more things than you could way back when it started on 22. You could only have 3 matches and one main title, which was shit.
Right.
Now it's you can have all these titles, all these match fights. You can have an underground in GM mode now, if you want to.
Now, what about yourself, man? Have you played GM mode?
I played with 2 people.
Online GM mode with my friends as well. I'm going to be playing that. I think that's going to be that might be something on my channel.
Okay. I'll be honest. I've never actually watched anybody play My Rise or GM mode.
Well, I might be playing GM mode, I'm going to be playing online GM mode with my friends, or I might stream that. So.
I was just going to say, are you going to do that live?
Yeah, I might stream it.
Okay. Now your LCW Mania show, that was for 24, right?
Yeah, it's going to be for 24.
Right, that's going to be your last final show for 2K24.
I don't care what people say. I'm going to fucking finish it. So
yeah.
It's you know what I mean? I get that people want 25, but I haven't got everything made on 25.
Well, that's the thing.
It's only just come out in the game.
Because even when I get 25 finally, I still have a lot of creation to do, right? Because I got to create the arenas, I got to create the championships.
Maybe you might be better off getting it later, though. Maybe, I don't know.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm literally hoping that in the next few weeks.
There's no that good creations yet when the game comes out. I haven't even found the Mickey James one again.
Well,
but they're not very good.
My only hope.
You know what I mean?
No, here's another thing. I don't like how they backtrack the cross-platform ability. That really pisses me off.
That fucking annoys me. You're going to have to make do to
we're not the only ones. It's pissed off a lot of people. It's pissed off a lot of people.
So can somebody make Archer your guy for me then?
Well, I mean, I will have to do that.
But I can't download it, bro. Can I be on the PS4?
Oh, that's right, because you're on PS5. That's right.
Doesn't it?
I'm poor, so I don't have a PS5 yet. I do plan on getting one.
It's fucking 2K, mate. That fucking... Why the fuck would you do that for the Islands, honestly? More we didn't even want.
Yeah. I didn't care for that news either, and a lot of people didn't. That was one of the biggest frustrations of 2K franchise from people, was the fact that they backtracked the cross-platform.
We've got to step backwards, 2K19, or we're going to only download certain versions.
Yeah. So now, what matches have you had in My Rise so far?
I played the NXT Unity. It's like a storyline where NXT invasion to the main roster against the main roster.
Okay.
Pretty cool, actually, I think.
And Moon, where are you still playing My Rise, or have you moved on already? Or how long is My Rise?
I haven't done My Rise yet, but I got to do Queen. Well, got to do.
I'm trying to give you my. I'm trying to.
I thought January was winning that match. I thought January was wrapping it up, but Amber Extreme explodes out of the back of the ambulance.
I'm also trying to keep it spoiler free as well for the people that haven't played it. So.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's one of the things I never do, right? Because I don't play the game ever. So, but you should be able to buy that stuff.
Is that because you don't have the time to play, or you just don't have an interest in playing the actual game?
Well, no, I literally don't have the time. But even if I did, I don't like the new button mashing system. I prefer the way it was. I mean, they changed it a little bit for 2K20, which was a terrible game, by the way. It had a lot of great opportunity and potential, but it was a terrible game for many reasons. We all know this. But after 2K19...
the gameplay feels smooth on this one, but
Well, it's not about the gameplay, it's about the button system. In 2K19 and prior, well, because you used to actually have to know your button combinations. You used to have to actually have some skill to play the game.
Oh, you mean like the combo enders and stuff like that?
Now, you can be playing against a 5-year-old and lose because they're button mashing, and I fucking hate that kind of system. I don't like it.
Yeah, do you mean by the combo enders and stuff like that?
All of that. You can press a bunch of buttons at one time and make shit happen.
You know what? Right? When you're playing the game, all you have to do is guess the right button that someone's doing, and you fucking reverse the move. And I don't like that at all.
Yeah, well, that too. There's a few things.
That's not. I'm sorry, but that's not skill based. That's just fucking. If you can get, and they don't even put it on the fucking game. You know, like they tell you that you need to do that. How the fuck is somebody going to understand that you have to press the button?
Yeah. But like I said, I prefer the way the button system was for 2K19 and prior.
I have to explain to Adam, right, if I'm going to do a heavy grapple, right, you need to press X to reverse my heavy grapple.
Yeah.
You need to guess the button that I'm doing as well. But triangle also does people don't tell you.
Amber Extreme.
You need to press squared X to reverse heavy.
Oh, she did it! She did it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. That is all. The winner of the ambulance match, and still the TAW Women's World Champion from Team Joe Link, Dangerous Amber Extreme, and she is only the second person today to retain her title. It hasn't been a great day for champions today. That's 2 champions have retained so far. That's it. Carmelo Hayes was able to retain his Pure Wrestling Championship, and now Amber Extreme retains her World Championship. 1 match remains for Twitch All-Star Wrestling, and that is the main event of the day for the TAW World Championship, and we're going to see somebody from Team Luke the Gooner 94 in action next for the World Championship.
I have to go out. I have to go out now. But I'm going to watch my match in the pod.
How dare you?
I've got to eat my house there. That's it.
Hold on, I'm just responding to Mrs. Archer. She sent me a text like a half hour ago almost. I better answer. There we go. I didn't realize she texted. I've got my do not disturb on so that I don't get a bunch of, ringing and notifications and crap while we're live. I didn't realize I was ignoring my wife though. Whoopsie. I'm gonna blame Moon Raider for that. Just so you're aware ahead of time, Moon. When she comes home, you're getting blamed for that shit. I blame Luke, but he just got here. Oh, there she is. She's already home.
I heard that.
I didn't realize. I just looked at my phone and realized you messaged. And she got us new curtains for our new pad. Hey, they're nice.
They're blackouts. And look at how much they were.
Oh, wow. Good deal.
Yeah.
Which windows are they for?
This is for in here. Because they match the carpet.
Oh, you got more than one set?
Well, one for this window, one for the other.
Yeah. She's just showing me the curtains for our apartment. We got huge windows in this place, and a lot of light comes in, which is annoying first thing in the morning. Oh, wow. Nice. Good score. Good score.
Blackout curtains, both sets.
I'm going to be a little while still, but that's why I stayed in here. That way you can watch television out there. That's a nice ass. Shake it, baby. You might want to shut that door, or else you'll get interfered while you're...
Just grabbing... Oh, no, I have...
Okay, you don't need to stick your tail in my face. Comet, go bug Mummy. He's been a constant pain in my ass this morning. All right. So, again, congratulations to Team Joe Link and Amber Extreme, only the second champion today to retain their championship. I'm going to issue the payout. And then we'll move on to the main event of Twitch All-Star Wrestling. And then, don't go anywhere. Do not leave. Do not adjust your sets. For only the 4th time in 5 seasons in TWA history, we're having ourselves a TWA World Championship Gold Rush Tournament. All 1v1s. It is going to be a fantastic tournament. And again, it's only the fourth time in history that we've seen the World Championship put on the line in a Gold Rush style tournament. But let me issue the payout here. We'll get the betting line open for the main event. Amber Extreme retains. And let's get the main event on the go here before I ask Luke and Moon any more questions about 25. And here we go, Luke the Gooner. The Gooner, Luke Ballmer, pretty boy Luke Ballmer, is going to be facing Mufasa from TDL, the current reigning defending Twitch All-Star Wrestling World Champion, putting his title on the line against the Gooner from Team Luke the Gooner 94. That is next. That is our main event of Twitch All-Star Wrestling. All right, so who walks out? TAW World Champion. Is it going to be the Gooner, Luke Ballmer, or is it going to be Mufasa, the reigning defending Twitch All-Star Wrestling World Champion? $10 minutes as always to make your bets. And there we go. Betting lines are open. And here we go. Main event time of Twitch All-Star Wrestling before we move on to our Gold Rush tournament. 150 TWA coins already in the jackpot. Get your bets in. Make sure you get a slice of that pie. Incidentally, Moon, who do you think's going to win this? Do you think Mufasa can be the third champion to retain? Or does the Gooner once again become a world champion?
I think maybe Gooner, I think.
Gooner has a way of winning. Have you ever seen Gooner in tournaments? I swear he wins every tournament. I swear he wins every tournament. Almost, anyways. When adversity is in his face, he certainly picks up his game. All right, here we go. Main event time. It is Gooner versus Mufasa. Twitch All-Star Wrestling World Championship on the line. Let's go. Get your bets in. Get those bets in. You still have 8 minutes and 45 seconds to get those bets in. Over 2,000 TWA coins in the jackpot. The pot is still building. Here we go. And here comes the Gooner, Luke Ballmer, the leader of Team Arsenal. Of course, the faction responsible for stealing the one Elijah Archer's Action Zone Wrestling Continental Championship. I mean, Archer at least got a little bit of payback today. He might not have won any championships because he lost to Carmelo Hayes, but he did take out AJ Styles first. He did take out AJ Styles first. So there's that. Ace Hunter says back just in time for the main event. Well, sort of anyways. It's the main event of Twitch All-Star Wrestling. We still have our Gold Rush tournament. We still have our Gold Rush tournament, which I'll be taking a small intermission in between so that I can grab myself a beverage. But welcome back, Ace Hunter. Sweet, I thought I missed half the show. Well, I mean, you missed some of the show. You were here for some of the show, and you're going to be here in time for the tournament to start, so all good. You're good to go. You are good to go, sir. Just waiting on the champion. And here he comes. From Team Mufasa. One half of the TWA World Tag Team Champions and the reigning defending Twitch All-Star Wrestling World Champion. Representing TDL, the Dangerous Lions, it is Mufasa putting his title on the line. I don't think Animagus worked for you there, Moon. You might have to try that again. That's something I haven't done today either. I am a tiger. Today, Ace Hunter is Ruby Soho. Ace Hunter is driving a monster truck right through the arena. How dare you, Ace Hunter? Today, Ace Hunter's transformed into a giraffe. Let's see what vehicle I'm driving today. I'm driving a Camaro. Oddly enough, my son has a Camaro. Mufasa's driving a go-kart. Nice. Way to go, Mufasa. Show up to the arena in style, why don't you? A freaking go-kart. Let's see which superstar I am today. I am Jimmy Uso. Big Jim. Does anybody ever see Big Jim being as popular as Jay? What about you, Moon? What do you think? Do you think that's a possibility eventually, or do you think that Jay's just leagues above? I think we lost Moon. Today, Variance of Strife is Christian Hart. You are the Iceman. Christian Cool would be very amused.
The energy in this arena is palpable. These competitors know exactly what's on.
Variance of Strife is transformed into an eagle. And, much like myself, also driving a Camaro through the arena. At least it's not a monster truck like Ace Hunter. Ace shows up and just has to destroy shit. I mean, this is a wrestling event. This is not a monster truck show, Ace. Just throwing that out there. I mean, do you see dirt hills and cars lined up, piles of tires? Do you see any of that? You do not. It is a wrestling show.
It'll be a close contest.
Driving a fucking monster truck. I mean, at least Mufasa showed up in a go-kart.
Very effective. Focusing on a body part, picking it apart. The arms is good of a place to focus.
Oh, man, Gooner just sent himself face first into that turnbuckle. Mufasa is so fast. Highly athletic. Very agile. He's got all the tools necessary to be exactly what he is, and that's a world champion. And one half of the tag team world champions.
He knew that was coming. Whatever you can do, I can do better.
I think there could be a new team coming along.
Now, are we talking about Queen Dust here? Because there's been rumors for weeks now that Queen Dust may have a tag team partner. I don't know what to make of that or who that might be. But
I'm still kind of like undecided because I know I like Rhea as part of my main roster women alongside Liv, but I like Rhea more. Right. Even though I've never took a dislike to Liv or anything.
I mean, I'm a fan of Liv Morgan, and to me, I think she's been the most impressive of the females, at least over the last year. She looks like a star in there. She just does. Everything she does. Doesn't matter if she's winning a match, losing a match, winning a title, or not winning a title. She just all the time shines and just keeps getting better and better. But there's a lot of, I mean, there's also, Roxanne Perez. I mean, I would love to see her world champion. I really like Roxanne. Chelsea Green, I was glad to see her finally get a championship. That said, also about goddamn time, the women's division got more than one title. Now, I'm not talking about the tag team titles, but that's one thing that might get better, right? The women's tag division might get better now that there's other championships involved, right? Because there's the United States Championship, there's the Intercontinental Championship. Maybe we actually get a proper and better tag team division. That would be cool. By the way, has anybody been watching LFG?
I mean, I haven't. I've seen glimpses of it, but not like the show yet.
It's actually quite good. You should definitely check that out. They've had a lot of great guests on there already so far. Eric Bischoff was just on there. and they had a night where they had to make factions. And I mean, I won't spoil it, but it was a really entertaining show. Really entertaining show. And that was the latest edition.
Yeah, there could be for like affiliated with such as the likes of Lyra, Tatum, Rhea.
Interesting.
Could be aligned with them, but also Moondust too.
Right, right.
I've been thinking of this for a while. It's similar to it's different, but it's similar to it's a similarity to Guna,
right?
To Luke, but it's like he's once Team Arsenal, and I was thinking of having with Lyra, Tatum, even though they both like one another, like best friends and that, and even Rhea Ripley, and even Queen does, and also having Moondust in the mix.
Yeah.
So I mean, like a Team Chelsea.
Strife, what do you mean they need more female superstars for there to be a decent tag division? You mean in the tag team division? Because there's more than enough female competitors these days on every brand. I mean, if there was a time to create a decent tag team division for the women, now is the time. There's lots of talent in there. I'm still super happy that they're doing a crossover with TNA. I mean, TNA's been putting on some great shows, and to watch TNA superstars on NXT and NXT superstars on TNA has been, I'm sorry, but it's been a lot of fun. I watched Roadblock the other night, and I had a great time watching it. I thought it was a well-done show. I got to see Moose versus Obafemi. I'd like to see Joe Hendry versus Obafemi. Oh, that is it. That is all, ladies and gentlemen. The winner of the match, and still the TAW World Champion from Team Mufasa, representing TDL. Mufasa, still your reigning defending Twitch All-Star Wrestling World Champion. So we only had 2 champions lose titles today. It's been a rough day. Retain titles today. No, that's 3, isn't it? That's our 3rd champions that have retained, right? We had 8 championship matches. Only 3 champions were able to retain. So it was a rough day for our champions. But Mufasa joins the leagues of the superstars that were able to defend their gold today. Because we had Amber Extreme, we had Carmelo Hayes, and now Mufasa picks up the W and is still our reigning defending Twitch All-Star Wrestling World Champion. So that closes out Twitch All-Star Wrestling. What a great show it was. I mean, tough day for the champions, like I said, but what a great show. Let's just have a look and see what happens. Let's start from matchup number 1. Number 1 contendership for the TWA BMF Hybrid Championship. Adam Cole picked up the big W over Christian Hart, Joe Davis, Joe Hendry, Penta, and RJ. Up next was the Pride Championship, kicking off our championship matches. Tyler North put his championship on the line against Kit Wilson and Fat Lad Mitchell Vaughn from Team Dogface, and Mitchell Vaughn stunned and shocked the world and beat Kit Wilson and Tyler North to become the new TWA Pride Champion. Up next, it was Alan Severn and Luther Brody, the Wolfpack, putting their titles on the line against the Ego Club. Wolfpack versus Eagle Club. Dirty Dom and Zach Payne, but the Wolfpack retained their championships and went home with the gold. So I guess that there might have been 4 champions, not 3, that retained their titles today because... oh, wait a minute, no. That still makes 3, I think. We'll find out in a moment. Up next, it was Nikita Razor and Big Farmer Jackson. The Terrors taking on the League of Nations, Sarah Suzuki and B. Jackson. We crowned new TAW World Tag Team Champions in the Terrors. Up next, Queen Dust would challenge Julia Jackson. That's a matchup people have been wanting to see for a while. They face each other it was champion versus champion. And, of course, Queen Dust became the newest double champion, dethroned Julie Jackson, and went home after her first ever attempt at the TWA Legends Championship, and she is our new Legends Champion. Next was Zara Taylor versus Jennifer Wolf for the TAW Pure Wrestling Championship, and Zara Taylor was able to topple the member of the Wolfpack Gals and went home with some gold around her waist. She is the new Pure Wrestling Champion. Up next, Elijah Archer, former Action Zone Wrestling Continental Champion, taking on the reigning defending Continental Champion that dethroned him, and of course the reigning defending Twitch All-Star Wrestling Pure Wrestling Champion, Carmelo Hayes. Archer was able to get just a little bit of redemption today. He, out of nowhere, AKO'd AJ Styles, but unfortunately was unable to defeat Carmelo Hayes, who's been on an absolute tear, and Carmelo Hayes retained that Pure Wrestling Championship. Up next, it was Dangerous Amber Extreme, and we are at 4 champions retaining because the Wolfpack retained their tag team championships. Dangerous Amber Extreme taking on January Ultraviolet for the World Championship in an ambulance match. What a brutal matchup that was, but Amber Extreme was able to overcome the odds and defeat our only sextuplet champion in TWA history and retain her Twitch All-Star Wrestling World Championship. Last but not least, we just watched it. What a match it was. The Gooner looking to dethrone Mufasa from TDL, but Mufasa upped his game, used his speed, his agility to his advantage, and was able to retain, and is still your Twitch All-Star Wrestling World Champion. So what a great show it was. That is the end of Twitch All-Star Wrestling, but we are not done yet. Don't go anywhere. Do not adjust your sets. Do not adjust your sets. And then, of course, later tonight, depending on what's going on, I may be doing another show later tonight. It will be on YouTube. Action Zone Wrestling is exclusive to YouTube. Episode number 41 for our YouTube, 625 for TWA as a whole. We may be going live later tonight with some Action Zone Wrestling. If it's not tonight, it'll probably be tomorrow night. We shall see. Stay tuned. You never know what's going to happen, but it's going to be a great show regardless. But here we go. Twitch All-Star Wrestling is in the books. Now it's tournament time. In just the 4th time in TWA history, we're going to see the TWA World Championship being put on the line in a Gold Rush tournament. Wait until you see the quarterfinals. The villains taking place in this tournament is absolutely ghastly, but it is going to be a brilliant, brilliant show. Here we go. Check this out. From Team Sir Jack the Great, it is the Great JC. And in the first matchup of the quarterfinals, he's going to take on the Bloodlines' Solo Sikoa. Up next is going to be the Phenom, Joe Lincoln from Team Joe Link, taking on another member of his own faction. That's kind of questionable and a little bit suspect, if you ask me. But he's taking on a member of his own faction in CM Punk. Hopefully, neither of them are pulling a coup here and just trying to advance the other. Hopefully, it's a good matchup. But Joe Link, CM Punk, second match of the quarterfinals. Third matchup, also representing TDL. It is Eric Dangerous from Team Eric Dangerous taking on the Ring General Gunther. Last but not least, we saw him in action earlier today. He didn't fare so well. He gets another chance to shine in this Gold Rush tournament as RJ from Team RJ424 Gaming takes on L.A. Knight. Yeah, all of them going to battle, going to war for the right to fight the reigning defending TWA World Champion Humboldt C. Arcane from Team Variance of Strife. It's going to be an exciting tournament. We're going to get things started right away. And while we're waiting for JC and Solo to go to make their way to the ring, I'm just going to take a short break. You guys will have Moon Raider sailing the ship, and I'm going to grab myself a beverage. Probably use the facilities, but I should not be long. But here we go. Again, just the 4th time in TWA history. The last 5 seasons, we've only had 4 different times, this match included, or this show included, where the TWA World Championship, the most prestigious prize in all of pro wrestling, has been put up on the line in a Gold Rush tournament. So let's get things started immediately. Why wait? Let's get things kicked off with a bang right now with JC versus Solo Sikoa. Matchup number 1 in the quarterfinals. I haven't issued the payout yet, have I, Moon?
No.
Okay.
Not yet.
I should probably do that. So the match was at least the semifinals, but it is a special show, so being that it is a super show, I'm going to open the betting line for the first match in the quarterfinals. So who moves on to the semifinals? Is it going to be the great JC from Team Sir Jack the Great? Or is it going to be Solo Sikoa from the Bloodline? 10 minutes to make your bets. And there we go. Betting lines are officially open. Open up those big fat wallets. Drop some TWA coins. Look to win some more. Bet your house, your wife, doesn't matter. Pick a side. Take a stand. You got to bet on somebody. Don't just sit there like a bump on a log. How dare you? But here we go. Matchup number 1, quarterfinals, JC and Solo Sikoa. Let's find out who's moving on to the semifinals, shall we? Time to turn and burn. And Moon, I will be right back.
We've got JC versus JC, who is a member of the Collision, alongside Joe Hendry, Elijah Archer, and I think the other is MJF, I think it is. Yeah, MJF, against the new Bloodline, Solo Sikoa. It's time to turn and burn, and what Archer coming from normally. Here comes CM. No, oh wait, CM Punk. But here comes JC.
Making his way to the ring from Fargo, North Dakota, weighing in at 229 pounds, the Great JC.
All these superstars come into this match incredibly hungry to prove their dominance. I can't wait to see
One for big collision. Making his way to the ring. Maybe he will be taking on Solo Sikoa. Whoever wins this match will take on CM Punk or Joe Lincoln. Both members who goes to the both members of the Ego Club.
You want to talk about a scary man to be
I think it's Ego Club.
This superstar is going to be face to face with Solo Sikoa.
Yeah, Ego Club, yeah. Oh, here comes Solo Sikoa.
Enforcer, Solo Sikoa.
And his opponent, representing the Bloodline from Las Vegas, Nevada.
Represents the Bloodline.
150 pounds, Solo
He's wearing a red suit and the Ulafalo around his neck.
Unfeeling destroyer inside the ring.
Or outside the ring for that matter. Solo doesn't care where the fight starts. He'll just make sure he's the one to finish it. Sikoa only has one thing on his mind right now, and that's destruction.
This could get ugly fast.
set, first round matchup underway. The winner of this match moves on to the next stage of this tournament.
Just doing anything they can to chip away at the base.
Oh, taking Blade. Solo Sikoa down. Already we're attacking the leg.
Shoved into the ropes and attacking the lower back. Oh, saw it
Solo
coming.
Sikoa to the ropes. A shot to the back 2 times.
Up and down. What a
Elbow to the face by
buster.
Solo.
That didn't go as Solo pictured.
Now goes for the Falcon Arrow.
Inverted DDT.
And a
Boom.
DDT.
Solo with a timely counter. Down with the leg drop.
Well,
Bear Hug furiously trying to fight his way out of the Bear Hug. Can he do it? Yes. Wow, what an arm drag. And the punishing streak of Sikoa.
arm drag coming from JC.
And he's just in reach of the ropes and gets it to
Those
force the break.
men who represents their respective
Best
group.
friend in desperate moments like that one.
Corey, we know how intimidating and devastating Solo Sikoa is when he gets going. What do you think is the key to overcoming a competitor like him?
If there's one thing about Sikoa that could be his downfall, Cole, it's the fact that he can be a bit of a hothead. Which is why if you're going to go up against him, you have to be the one to stay clear-headed. As much as he drives through his opponents like a big rig truck, you cannot let him get to you no matter what.
Right hand, Olympic slam by JC. And Solo. Cover.
Somehow,
2
some
count.
way, he is still in this. No! Slingshot set time!
Just a devil-may-care attitude on full display.
Going for broke, and it pays off. And, oh, fiery lariat. The adrenaline is pumping, and the WWE Universe is on his side.
And now thrown back into the ring.
Picking it to ringside.
Okay,
Back into
he
the
is
ring.
not going to let him make a mockery of things.
He's in a little bit of trouble now.
Now goes
This
into
is
the
the type of
count
game-
by the referee. JC on the top
got
rope.
caught.
Double crossbody countered by Solo. Takes JC down. Coming from Solo Sikoa.
He's burying elbows
Takes
in the
the action into
midsection.
the... Well... Wasting
Gets
his
him
time
with the
there coming
counter.
from Solo.
And he slides him back to the mat.
Shot to the ribs by
Took him out at the knee.
Solo. Winner of this match will take on the winner of CM Punk or Joe Lincoln in the quarterfinals, in the semi-finals.
Blocked the effort and cut them off with a shot to the gut.
Fantastic counter by Solo. Takes Solo into the corner from
Series of
JC.
punches and chops in the corner.
Right hand right into the corner while in the corner there.
Crossbody wipes them out. And the hits to the
Springboard
core
double
keep
crossbody. No cover there coming from JC.
Oh no, he can be caught here. Bad spot for him.
I might have another copy as well myself in a moment. Anaconda Vice.
This singles match is over.
Solo Sikoa taps out. I thought Solo Sikoa was going to get the W there, but it was the other way around. But JC gets the win there, and we'll face the winner. We'll move on to the semi-finals of the TWA World Championship Tournament.
I have returned. Sorry about that, Moon. Took a little longer than expected. Holy hell, was I really gone that long? Or did JC just dominate that match? What happened? What did I miss? Like, I see JC won, but damn, that was fast.
I did do some commentary right there. Like,
oh, did you?
Just on a bit. Yeah.
I appreciate that. People love that. Luke the Gooner quite often forgets he should do that on occasion. But that's probably because we're distracting him with, you know, asking him about the shrine and his game experiences and stuff. But even even when he forgets that, you know, sometimes you got to call the match. Sometimes you got to call that match. So I appreciate that. I'm sure everybody appreciates that. But damn, yeah, that was fast. I did not expect that matchup would take so little time. But ladies and gentlemen, the first superstar moving on to the semifinals of this tournament from Team Sir Jack the Great. It is the Great JC. Congratulations to JC and Team Sir Jack the Great. All right, who's next? Who is next? It's not Bill Goldberg. This much we know. All right, it is the Phenom Joe Lincoln versus CM Punk. And they are, of course, faction members, so it is teammate versus teammate. Who do you think wins this one? You think the Phenom, or do you think...
I think maybe, I like both. I think Joe to win. Joe Lincoln to win.
You think Joe Lincoln?
Yeah.
All right, I'll issue the payout for the last match.
It does gives me some resemblance, though, because I was watching New Japan's New Japan Cup.
I haven't watched that yet. How's that going?
It was good. I just saw a match at the bottom showing Zack Sabre Jr. in the next round taking on his fellow member of his faction, his unit of TMDK.
Right.
I don't know. I'm not sure on who it is. It's Zack Sabre Jr. and a member of his TMDK group.
All right, so the betting lines are open for this next matchup in the quarterfinals. Who's walking into the semifinals? Is it going to be the Phenom, or is it going to be CM Punk? We're going to find out right now. Team Joe Link versus Team Joe Link. It is the phenomenal soul competing against one another here today. I'm a CM Punk fan and I'm a Joe Lincoln fan, so much like Moon Raider, I'm up in the air on this one. I don't really know who I would bet on. That said, the betting lines are open and ready to go. Let's find out who's going to be moving on to the semifinals. The Phenom versus CM Punk is next. CM Punk is actually much like Carmelo Hayes and a couple of others I could name, actually. But CM Punk had a very good season 5. He was even world champion at one point. I believe, I can't remember if it was Twitch All-Star Wrestling or Action Zone Wrestling, but he was a world champion. I'd have to check the record books. At the moment, I can't remember. 8 minutes 44 seconds left to get your bets in. 1.2 thousand TWA coins so far in the jackpot. Here we go. I still can't believe how fast that first match was. I'm going to have to go back and watch that and see what happened. I just assumed that would have been a long match. It's kind of why I chose to take the intermission when I did. I was wrong. I was wrong. And here comes the Phenom, Joe Lincoln. Former multiple-time champion is Joe Lincoln. Singles competition and tag team competition. Not very often you see Joe Lincoln coming out to the ring and not wearing a championship. It's kind of weird, right? Speaking of Joe Lincoln and Team Joe Link, we do still have a few recaps to cover. Maybe we'll start that for the semifinals. I believe there's only a few house shows left to cover. And then at some point he's going to realize he's got some more match recaps and highlights to cover. He's going to be thinking, damn you, Archer, you couldn't have done one show, you had to do two. Well, guess what, Joe? There might even be a third later tonight. Again, if we do that third show, it will be on YouTube. And for anybody that's never attended a YouTube show, I think most of you have, but we do have some newcomers. We do have 97%. Has anybody become championship worthy yet? Or defeated the Hand of Poker, which was 3 of a kind ones, ace high? I think that Glenola is still leading the dice game. Oh, wait a minute. Glenola's also leading poker with a straight. He got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He's got a straight. That's going to be tough to beat. But to my knowledge, I don't know if you've seen anybody, Moon, but to my knowledge, nobody's become championship worthy at all this show so far. Which is kind of weird. Usually we have at least one winner. Today, not so much. Not so much today. 64% World Championship worthy. That's the toughest one to win. We've only had 2 people win that one since the inception. It's going to be interesting to see what these two do in the ring. Again, they are faction members, both part of Phenomenal Soul. Matter of fact, Joe Lincoln and CM Punk are tag team partners. Some tag team partners can get in there and duke it out. Some of them have, you know, they're a little reluctant to engage one another because they're friends, they're tag team partners, they're faction members. What's going to happen?
I thought the team name was Evo Club. It was, but that's the Dominic and
Zach Payne, yeah. Yeah, that's Team Ace Hunter, who had a very good showing earlier today, but unfortunately, Alan Severn and Luscious Luther Brody were on their games. They were on their games. Still the tag team champions for Twitch All-Star Wrestling is the Wolfman Alan Severn and Luscious Luther Brody. Luscious Luther Brody is always, or not always, is also one of the next people in line for the Pride Championship, which is now being held by Fat Lad Mitchell Vaughn from Team Dogface. Here we go. Oh, bitch slap right off the hop. Look at CM Punk go. He is not holding anything back against his tag team partner. God damn. Listen to the B team. They're expecting a big match feel. Well, I would hope so. It is CM Punk and the Phenom Joe Lincoln. See, this is why they are the B team. That is why they are the B team. They say some stupid, outlandish shit sometimes. I mean, I think everybody would expect a big match feel from these two. Especially when you see them start off a match like this. They are not holding anything back. No love lost between tag team partners because they know only one of them can make it through to the semifinals of this tournament. Let's see, what do we got on the clock? We got just under 3.5 minutes left to get your bets in, and there's 3,148 Archerverse coins in the pool, in the jackpot. Metaphoric Chimp is apparently lurking in our channel. Hasn't said anything since arriving, but welcome in, Metaphoric Chimp. Glad you're here. Welcome to 624th episode here at TWA. Today was a super show. I don't know how long you've been here. We had an entire Twitch All-Star Wrestling show, and now we're having ourselves a Gold Rush tournament. Only the 4th time in history that the TWA World Championship has been on the line. Let's get a shout out here for Metaphoric Chimp. It's always weird when somebody comes in and doesn't say anything. They just lurk. They just watch. They want to know what's going on. They want to know if this is the show to be at or if they got to switch channels. There we go. Shout out for Metaphoric Chimp. Watch that be a bot that I just shouted out. I just happened to notice they were on our lurking list. Thought a shout out was in order, but I can't remember who it was we banned. Do you remember what the bot was we banned? Did I just shit out our bot?
This is making me nervous.
It's possible. I'm actually going to go back and look. I got to scroll back quite a ways, though.
That'll do some serious damage. And that
Give me a minute. Ish. Oh, it's not going to take me all the way back. How dare Twitch limit the amount of time I can scroll back in our own chat room. So I don't know if I just shitted in a bot or not. Hopefully they're not a bot. Otherwise, that's just a little weird. Yo, Zach Payne has something to say. Shit happens. The Eagle Club has high respect for Severin and Luther Brody. Not so... Yeah. I mean, who can blame you there, Zach? I mean, Luther Brody's one of the most ghastly people to ever step foot in a squared circle. Everybody respects Severin. Everybody respects Severin. Even if he does have his cronies, the Wolfpack, at his side at all times. To be fair, though, Alan Severin doesn't usually utilize any of them when it comes to winning matches, so... Unlike other factions and stables, like, you know, the Four Horsemen, who always helped out Ric Flair. Here's a fact check. I don't know if anybody even knows this. Ric Flair, 16 World Championships. Never once did he win or retain a championship on his own. Of course, Alan Severin has won many championships on his own. Defended many championships on his own. He's definitely a formidable leader. It has no profile picture, so I'm guessing it's a bot. Yeah, probably. I shouted out a bot. I gave him some attention. Although, can you shout out somebody that's banned? I don't even know. Because we did ban the bot. We did ban the bot. I don't know if it's possible to shout somebody out after they're banned. Makes me want to ban somebody else just to find out. But seeing how there's been really no villainy today, mostly because Glenola's working, right? So, you know, I haven't been banned. I haven't been removed from the broadcast in any way, shape, or form. It's been a very smooth running show for once. No villainy. No villainy on the broadcast booth anyways. Lots of villainy in the ring. Ooh! DDT outside the ring. The unforgiving floor met Joe Lincoln's head. Damn. That big thumb of Joe Lincoln going right into the carotid artery of CM Punk. Like, does Joe know he can't submit him out there? Is he so wrapped up in this match he doesn't realize what he's doing, or what? CM Punk is tapping, though. CM Punk just tapped out. Now, that might have been just a possum play. Get Joe Lincoln to release the hold. Who knows? It's CM Punk. All the fun villainy redeems have been gotten rid of. Well, you can still... I believe you can still ban me. I don't know why I'm suggesting that. Is there not ban a host still? Oh, wow, there's not. I guess I'm going to have to add those back in. I didn't realize I got rid of those. What I was doing was I was trying to change some things up, and I think I might have accidentally removed ones I didn't want to remove. I will take care of that after the show. Not that it matters, because our next show will be live on YouTube. And unfortunately, Stream Elements, for whatever reason, doesn't always work well. It doesn't play nice with YouTube. I don't know why that is. It never has. Oh, that is it. That is all. Just like that. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the match, and moving on to the semi-finals of this tournament, from Team Joe Link, representing Phenomenal Soul, it is the Phenom, Joe Lincoln. So Joe Lincoln becomes our second superstar of the day to move on to the semi-finals. And just like that, we're moving on to match number 3 already. What the hell? This might end up being one of the fastest tournaments in TWA history. This is insane. All right. So congratulations to Team Joe Link. So the first round of the semifinals is going to be the Great JC from Team Sir Jack the Great taking on the Phenom Joe Lincoln from Team Joe Link. What a first round semifinal matchup that's going to be. But let's move on to our next matchup, our third in the quarterfinals. Eric Dangerous representing TDL, multiple-time champion and tag team champion, taking on multiple-time champion. He's not a multiple champion currently. He would like to be. But the ring general Gunther, that matchup is next. Let me issue the payout for that last match. The betting line I don't think is even ended yet. How much time is left? It says 0. Hold on. There we go. So Joe Lincoln was your victor. Payout has been issued. So who moves on to the semifinals in this quarterfinals matchup? Is it going to be Eric Dangerous from TDL? Or is it going to be the ring general, Gunther? There we go. 10 minutes to get your bets in. Betting lines are officially open.
And here comes one of my favorites.
Another Pokemon got away. Stripe says it was worth losing the 1,919 TWA coins just to curse BM Punk. You know, Glenola would appreciate you calling him BM Punk. Eric Dangerous, of course, won half of the TWA World Tag Team Champions. Looking to become a double champion here today, if he's able to get through this tournament. But is it going to be Gunther or Eric Dangerous? That's who you have to decide upon. Which one of them are moving on to the semifinals? We're already in matchup number 3 of the quarterfinals, as crazy as that sounds. We literally just started this tournament. Again, it might end up being the fastest tournament in TWA history, for God's sakes. But later tonight, if we decide to run Action Zone Wrestling on YouTube, it'll probably be sometime around 9:30 p.m. tonight. And again, for anybody that's never attended I almost said YTD, that's a brand that's long gone. If you haven't seen Action Zone Wrestling on YouTube, any YouTube show does tend to be a little faster paced. We don't have the same amount of shenanigans going on YouTube that we do here in the land of purple, the land of Twitch. By the way, once again, thank you to Glenola for the subscription. Appreciate that. Let's drive up that dollar amount. I think I'm close to a payout, actually. I think I'm close to a payout for the first time in a while. Now, to be fair, I haven't run many shows in the past few months. But now that Mrs. Archer and I have our own home again, which is nice. It's beautiful, actually. It's been absolutely awesome. Back to regular shows, regular content being put out, and the broadcast booth will be uninterrupted.
Winning is the only outcome for the ring general. Failure is not an option. He despises mediocrity.
Exciting times. But we have a beautiful new pad. We have a perfect view of the St. Lawrence River, actually. If I look across out my window right now, I can literally see New York State. I believe that is Ogdensburg over in New York's water tower that I'm looking at. So I have a great view of the river. And considering where I'm located, that'll become fun when it comes to Canada Day, because I'll be able to watch the fireworks from my bedroom. I won't have to worry about getting eaten alive by mosquitoes, finding a place to sit, park, or any of the above. We can just sit here and enjoy it. Any festivals that happen in our area, we can watch here as well, if we don't want to go down. Which, depending on what's going on, it's not necessarily worth it. So, but yeah, things are good for us. Finally, after over 1 year of looking for a place, we found a great place. A little expensive, but could be worse, believe me. we live in a city that thinks they're a much bigger city than they actually are. But we have a bad habit of, I don't know what it's like where you are, Moon, but in our town we have a bad habit of people selling buildings and properties to people from bigger cities who come down, renovate, flip them, and or just continue to rent, but they jack all the prices up like, you know, we're from the same market they were from, and it's really ruined our housing market. I know you guys are getting bad over there for housing as well, you know, so I think everybody is in general. It's like our governments want us to all live together, you know, which when you think about it, it does drive up that threshold. When it comes income tax season, it drives up that threshold of how much your household is making. So it's kind of an asshole thing to do. But in where I'm from, unless you have a really, really good job, you can't even afford to live alone because things are so expensive. Unless all your money's directly going to rent and bills, because I mean, I'm sure you would have things like cars and car insurance and other bills. You want to have internet, you want to have food on your table. So it's just one of those situations, like things are so expensive right now. Strife says, woo! This is late. We will need a nap sometime today. Well, get that nap in, Strife, because chances are Action Zone Wrestling is going to be live on YouTube later tonight.
Just exhibiting their fearlessness, exhibiting guts and accuracy as well.
Pretty sure that might happen, because Mrs. Archer works early in the morning, so she'll be going to bed fairly early. Well, early for me, not so much early for her. She's up at 4:30 in the morning. Right? And she could probably crash anytime after 5 p.m. if she really wanted to, but she's up early, works hard, so she'll be crashing. And then I won't have too much to do. So I'm thinking it might be fun to have our 41st YouTube show, our 625th show for TWA as a whole. And YouTube's always a good time. Strife says we live in a town with a population of a little over 2,000. Lowest rent in town we have seen, short of low-income housing apartments, is $750 a month. Well, if you think that is ridiculous, the average cost of a one-bedroom apartment here is just about $1,500 plus. That is ridiculous. And don't even get me started on 2 and 3 bedrooms. Don't even get me started on 2 and 3 bedrooms. They claim to be fixing the market at some point, but I don't know. We'll see what happens with that. When talking about housing markets, more often than not, they're talking about the ability to buy a home, not necessarily rent one. So unless they decide to have people start lowering their rents, which would be ideal, which is necessary, I think. Especially in the times we're in, they're kind of mad right now with tariffs all over the place, right? Tariffs from Canada, tariffs from the U.S., tariffs from China, tariffs from all over the place. It's a mad world. Things are going to cost more. So, you know, we all need that ability to live a little easier. Oh, Gunther just about picked up the victory there with a roll-up. Count of 2 only, though. Welcome back, Strife. Actually, Strife, I was just saying, if you think $750 a month is ridiculous, you should come up here, because the average cost of a one-bedroom is nearing $1,500. That's before your bills. For instance, Mrs. Archer and I pay $1,475 plus hydro, plus internet, food, car payment, car insurance, all that stuff. You know, everybody's got bills. So things are just out of hand. They need to fix shit. They need to fix shit.
He's heading back to the ring. Heads out of the ring, but needs to be
Gunther with a 5 count here. Eric Dangerous breaks up the count. Wants to finish things off, and the ring doesn't want a count out victory. How commendable.
Does the official not see him removing the turnbuckle pad?
Oh, Eric Dangerous could get himself into trouble here. This is a 1v1 matchup. Now, it is tournament style, but oh, ref didn't do anything about that. Gunther sent chest first into that exposed turnbuckle. Oh, big powerbomb and another roll-up from the Ring General. But once again, Eric Dangerous kicks out. 2 count only. I mean, we're bigger than 2,000 people? Yes. Are we a big city? No. We're not that big of a city. But, again, like I was saying to Moon and everybody else earlier, a bad habit they have around here is people sell properties and buildings to people from bigger markets, and they come down and they renovate places, and then next thing you know, they're jacking the cost of rents up to be more like the market they came from. Oh, wow, that is it. That is all, ladies and gentlemen. The winner of the match and moving on to the semifinals of this tournament, the Ring General, Gunther. Wow, I actually thought Eric Dangerous was going to pull that off. I thought he was going to pull that off. I mean, it was quite a back-and-forth matchup. But I would say, in my opinion, I thought Eric Dangerous kind of dominated and had more control time than did Gunther. But Gunther, he has that knack. He has that ability to pull a win out of nowhere, and he did that here today. And he moves on to the semifinals as a result. So congratulations to Gunther. And here we go. We're going to move on to our final match of the quarterfinals already. Crazy. Kind of crazy. Alright, so who's going to join Gunther in that final slot for the semifinals? We got RJ from Team RJ 424 Gaming taking on L.A. Knight. Yeah. So let me go ahead and get things on the go here. I'll issue the payout from the last matchup. Might be another one of those situations where Strife is the only one to win. You probably bet on Gunther, if I had to guess. Let's find out. So the winner of the match was Gunther. And as expected, it was Variance of Strife that bet on Gunther. So another 5K into the pocket of Variance of Strife. A little less, because I'm sure a big chunk of that came from Strife. But 5K goes to Variance of Strife, so congratulations, Strife. And I'll get the betting line ready for the final match of the quarterfinals. So who moves on to the tournament final? Because we have the quarterfinals, the semifinals, the tournament final, and then the championship final. We're dealing with the tournament final here. Who moves on? Oh, wait a minute. We're still in the semifinals. I'm getting ahead of myself. Who moves on to the semifinals? Is it going to be RJ, former multiple-time champion, or L.A. Knight, also former multiple-time champion and tag team champion? And there we go. Betting lines are open. You have 10 minutes. Get those bets in. RJ and LA Knight have had a feud in the past, not too long ago actually, over RJ's use of LA Knight's theme song actually. Now, to be fair, he was always a huge LA Knight fan, followed him since he was Eli Drake, yeah, back in TNA and NWA. But LA Knight, of course, took exception to that. They had a long-standing feud, which I believe RJ won, actually. But can he beat LA Knight again? It's a different time, a different stipulation, different circumstance. If you want a shot at the TWA World Championship, you must make it through. But can RJ...
I remember LA Knight this past season 2 having a rivalry with Snow as well too.
Yeah, that's true.
one of the greatest, one of my, I think they're like one of my best rivalries. I think.
Well, LA Knight's another superstar that's had a lot of luck here in season 5. He's been a world champion, a television champion, pure wrestling champion. He's even been a tag team champion with his partner, of course, Logan Paul. The Prime Megastars. They had their first match again as a tag team not long ago. But today is all about tournament action. It is singles competition. LA Knight would love to hold the TWA World Championship. He's going to have to beat RJ to get through to the semifinals first. We'll see if he's able to do that. The reigning defending TWA World Champion, of course, Humboldt's the Arcane from Team Variance of Strife. Humboldt's has held that championship on a few different occasions.
And of all the possible matchups in this tournament,
He's, of course, currently riding the pine, waiting for an opponent.
I'll admit, I've had my fingers crossed it would work out this way.
I remember when he held the title for since April last year, I think it was.
Oh yeah, he held it for quite a long time. I mean, for a while, I didn't think he was going to give that belt up. People stepped up to the plate. He kept swinging for the fences and hitting home runs. I forget who it was that finally beat him. I'm trying to remember here. Who's the one that finally dethroned that? Because it was a long run for Humboldt's. I'd have to go back and look. Because I think, if I remember correctly, it was his... I don't think it was his first World Championship reign. It might have been his second. And he just held on to that championship for dear life. He's had so many different feuds and rivalries. I don't know. Strife, do you remember who it was that dethroned Humboldt's after that huge reign of his?
he's one step ahead there.
Because I don't remember offhand.
Shot to the jaw.
LA Knight just oozing confidence tonight. You got to think it's tough to compete with.
You can tell these guys had a long-standing feud. They are literally trading blows. Move for move, counter for counter. This could be a very interesting match. Though I did say that about the first 3 matches. And look how fast they were. They went down just a little bit differently than I had anticipated. Oh, nice. Neck breaker from LA Knight. RJ trying to collect himself a little bit here. Looking a little wobbly. And takes a double axe handle right between the eyes from LA Knight.
I think the one who beat Humboldt's, I think it was JC, I think it was.
It might have been. I mean, it should say. I mean, if you go to Discord and check the championship history, I want to say it was his second. I don't think it was his first time holding the belt. I think it was the second.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It was his second.
So that would make sense because that was right around the same time. JC went on an absolute tear. And not just in singles competition. He was actually... A lot of guys, like, look at Archer. He'll step out of the tag team division and go focus on singles competition. JC kind of tackled both at the same time. Became world champion. I believe he was also the tag team champion at the time of one of the brands. I can't remember if it was TWA, TAW, or Action Zone Wrestling, but... His team, as part of the coalition with MJF, has been nothing short of amazing. LA Knight with a knee right to the kidney area of RJ. RJ's having a tough time at the moment.
The intergender is in the... I keep forgetting the intergender part is part of 2K25.
I know. I'm looking...
Because the new faction I want to do is basically like... I don't know if I want to do it on my side, my show. Because my Moondust is part of one of the greatest tag teams in, well, CCW, which used to be BWE or BWF back there a few number of years ago.
Yep.
I know that that 2K25 has got this new feature in the team information settings called Team Affiliation. I like Lyra Valkyria, Rhea, Tatum, and like those three women.
What'd you think of her becoming the first double champion since Becky Lynch?
I think it would be good there, Lyra versus Becky.
Well, because Lyra just beat Julia, right? Oh, and that is it. That is all. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the match and moving on to the semifinals from Team J424 Gaming. It is the former world champion RJ heading to the semifinals to take on the ring general Gunther. And that should be a hell of a matchup. Yeah, she just beat Julia. It was because it was North American champion versus NXT champion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was a little shocked. Like, I don't know what happened there. I actually thought Julia was going to be a great champion, but Lyra said, "Oh hell no, that belt's mine."
Oh so no, that was Stephanie back here. That was.
Oh, that's right. It was. That's right too. For some reason, I kept thinking Lyra Valkyria. Yeah, you're right. But still, to be the first double champion since Becky Lynch, very interesting. All right, so I'll issue the payout for that. Congratulations to Team RJ424 Gaming. That matchup was a little longer than the remainder of the quarterfinals. Man, that was a fast quarterfinals. All right, so here we go. Semifinals, we got the Great JC versus the Phenom Joe Lincoln, and the Ring General Gunther versus RJ. First round of the semifinals, it is the Great JC versus the Phenom to see who moves on to the tournament finals. We still have about a minute and 17 seconds before the betting line closes, so we're going to be just a little bit delayed getting the next betting line open. Less than 60 seconds now. That does tend to happen sometimes when the match is so quick that it's over before the betting line's done.
I wish Nick Aldis was a blooming wrestler on 2K as well too.
Yeah, I wish Nick Aldis would get back in the ring, period, before he hangs him up completely. Nick Aldis is a greght wrestler. He's not even that old. He could easily have another run.
Late 30s, I think.
Yeah, mid to late. He's younger than his wife, for sure. He's of course married to Mickie James, who I believe is my age. Actually, I think she's around 46, 47 years old. But if I'm not mistaken, I think Nick Aldis is only like 35, 36, something like that. So he could easily, even if he was 40, it wouldn't matter. He could still easily have another great run. He was a great wrestler. I like Nick Aldis a lot. He was a great NWA champion. He was TNA champion. He went under a different name in TNA, and I can never remember what they called him in TNA, but he was TNA world champion as well. All right, let's see here. Betting line finally closed. 100% of the bets went on LA Knight. The winner, however, was RJ. So nobody saw that one coming. All right, next round starts now. Who moves on to the tournament final? Not the championship final, but the tournament final. Is it going to be the Great JC or the Phenom Joe Lincoln? Ten minutes to put your bets in, and they are officially open as of right now. Here we go. First matchup of the semifinals. We're getting closer and closer to that tournament final. Very quickly. Should be interesting to see how the semifinals go. Like, I literally feel like we just started this tournament. We're already in the semifinals. It's nuts. It has been nuts. Fantastic show, though, today. Can't complain at all. Twitch All-Star Wrestling was off the hook. The tournament has been, albeit quick, but it's been a great tournament so far. There's definitely been more than a few surprises today. Yes, that's it, Mufasa. Yep, you're right. Nick Aldis was called Magnus in TNA. Yeah. But either way, my point is Nick Aldis is a phenomenal talent. He's a great. I mean, he was good, like, because he could match power for power. He's a big dude. He's also technically sound. He doesn't mind jumping off those ropes. I mean, he just kind of does it all. He's very good on the microphone. And although he's doing a very good job at what he's doing, I would still like to see him back in the ring for another run. And hell, you know, maybe they've added the intergender piece into 2K25. Maybe we see intergender tag team titles in the future in WWE. How much fun would that be? Because I've always said, I'm sorry, but intergender matches, just to have a series of them is boring. But if you put gold on the line, if there's a division, and they've got something to work towards, that's a lot more fun. You know? I don't care for women and men being able to mix it up. I think, it should be one of those situations where the men could lose it for the team, or the women could lose it for the team. But either way, the intergender division is something we've struggled with for the past 5 seasons to get working, because the option wasn't there for an intergender tag team. Well, there was an intergender tag team, but not a championship for that tag team. Now that's a possibility. It's an option, so it's a lot more fun. And I think we'll make the intergender division exclusive to Action Zone Wrestling. It's just one additional reason to turn into YouTube when we go live. We've got more than enough championships to make their rounds on Twitch All-Star Wrestling and Wrestle Wars Genesis. Action Zone Wrestling could be the home of the intergender. Exactly. Moondust and Queen Dust. I mean, the options are endless. You might see Seth and Becky.
Could be with a team between my Moondust and their Queen Dust. Could be with a team name. Could be Team Chelsea.
Team Chelsea.
Yeah.
That might be fun.
Could be.
I mean, it might be fun to see Queen Dust and Chelsea Green as a tag team as well. That might be something to consider. I don't know if you've thought of that.
I've been noticed by the Chelsea Green not most recently, like a few days ago, but just like recently.
Yeah.
I tweeted there something about Chelsea Green. I think I tagged her as well, and she liked it.
I think Chelsea Green would complement Queen Dust in many ways. I think they would make a great team. I like Chelsea Green, though. I'm a fan of Chelsea Green, so I might be a little biased there. I don't know.
Well, maybe Queen Dust will take Maxie or Rhea, because she likes Rhea. I think she would work well with Rhea too.
That's true too. That is definitely true. I mean, Rhea would work well with anybody, really. I think. Providing they don't piss Rhea off. That is. Might be a clash of the minds there. Queen Dust, she's brilliant. Rhea Ripley likes to be in control. Queen likes to be in control. I don't know. hopefully they'd be able to hash that out, because yeah, that would be a phenomenal team in itself as well.
Sharp elbow. Just punched him right in the mouth. Enough already.
Got about 4 minutes 20 seconds left to get your bets in. So far, this is the lowest jackpot of the day. It's only sitting at 80 TWA coins. But this is a tough matchup, though. It's hard to decide. JC or Joe Lincoln. I mean, sometimes it's just too hard to choose to make a bet. But if you do want to make a bet, you do have time left to do so. Oh, just like that, it shot up to just about 2,000. You know, one thing I wish Twitch would change is I think that the broadcasters should be able to participate in the betting lines. And just simply, just like mods do, it'll pop up something that says, oh, you're a mod of this channel, do you still want to participate? Because how much fun would it be if you guys could take TWA coins from me? You know what I mean? That would be fun. We're now over 3,000 TWA coins in the jackpot. 3 minutes 20 seconds left to get your bets in if you would like to place a bet on this matchup. JC just barely gets that shoulder up. That was just about a 3 count there for Joe Lincoln. So far, it looks like Joe Lincoln dominating this matchup. Oh, nice. Nice counter there and reversal by JC, but Joe Lincoln is right back all over him. He's not giving him any room to breathe, nor should he. This is a tournament. You either win or you go home. You either get a chance at the championship or you've gone back to the locker room empty-handed. On the plus side, we have had no draws or countouts in this tournament so far. And I'm okay with that. I am okay with that.
And countouts are legal, so hopefully this will be a short trip outside.
JC busted open. He's bleeding from the center of his forehead there. The last thing you want is Joe Lincoln to smell blood. Oh boy. Oh! Big roundhouse kick right to the chest. And that is a big boot to be coming slamming across your chest. The Phenom is a very large man. Very large, very powerful, very well-rounded. If there's anybody in TWA you don't want kicking you, it's probably Joe Lincoln. Joe Lincoln, I can think of a few actually. Like I would not want War the Machine to be kicking me in the chest or the face.
And he throws the opposition back into the ring.
JC walking it off and trying to regroup a little bit, but he's got a 7 count here. Oh, he's locking it in. JC's in trouble here. He's more than in trouble. He is going home. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the match and moving on to the tournament final from Team Joe Link. The Phenom Joe Lincoln picks up the W and is only 1 round away from earning the right to fight against the world champion. Can he do it? It's going to all depend on who he's facing. Is it going to be Gunther or is it going to be RJ? Because that's our final match of the semifinals. And that's going to be next. Let me just issue the payout here. In 10 seconds anyways. Another match that ended before the damn betting line was fully closed. Not as quick as the last matchup. Alright, here we go. Winner of the match, Joe Lincoln from Team Joe Link, representing Phenomenal Soul. And here we go. The final match of the semifinals. Already, man, I've said it 3 times already, but goddamn, this tournament's going fast. All right, here we go. All right, so who moves on to the tournament final? Is it going to be the Ring General Gunther? Or is it going to be RJ? As always, 10 minutes to make your bets. And there you go. Betting lines are officially open. So go ahead and open those big fat wallets. And here we go. Let's find out who's moving on to face the Phenom Joe Lincoln. Is it going to be Gunther or is it going to be RJ? We're going to find out right now. Let's turn and burn. All right, Moon, while these guys are making their way to the ring, I'm just going to run to the head for a quick moment, use the facilities. I shall be right back. Feel free to commentate. I love the fact that you were commentating while I was gone. I mean, you might be sliding in there as the co-host with the most. You might be knocking off Gunner. You might be knocking off Glenola and Christian Cool. The new co-host with the most just might be Moon Raider. Awesomeness. All right, so I'll be right back.
Behold the intimidating
first of their 2 semi-finals of the TWA World Title Tournament. And here is Gunther, formerly known as Walter, which I wasn't the biggest fan of the way WWE changed the name from Gunther's name from Walter to Gunther, but I am now used to the name now. We're at part 1 of the semi-finals of the TWA World Championship Tournament. The 4th time that is the TWA World Title Tournament is being held. Gunther looking to, well, one of those 4 men looking to, well, looking to go through to the tournament final, which the winner of this tournament in general will face off against Humboldts for the TWA World Title.
All right, I love this guy.
Here comes RJ. From Team RJ. Also, I thought he was older the title there.
Race for one heck of a big fall in this match. Oh, aren't you clever, Saxton? It isn't about pride for this athlete. It's about believing in yourself.
The winner of this match will face the winner. Yeah, it was eventually, it was. Or maybe Gunther wanted to change, just like, I think it was Ricky Starks, now known as Ricky Saints. He said on a podcast recently that on a interview with some, I don't know what his name was, decided to change his name for him, like his name that we've known very well, to Ricky Saints in NXT in WWE. But I think maybe Gunther wanted that idea. I'm not sure.
Determined to reach that ultimate final round.
This final match is so close, these competitors can taste it.
Belly to belly suplex from our RJ, starting things off first. I think that's a good way to wear Gunther down, though, to be honest.
Counter on Gunther pays off.
Gunther, who beat, I think it was JC, I think it was. The winner of this will face the winner of Joe
Off the rope. Oh,
Lincoln.
springboard roundhouse.
And
Kick to the
yeah,
face. Oh,
so
turn your lights out.
here in the early going of this first match,
Rolling
something to the back of the head by, well, back in the back of Gunther comes from RJ. Been dominating in the first part of this match so far. Looking to go for the hip attack. Just like a little bit of a resemblance of the Usos. But there, Gunther manages to roll out of the way. Bootleg Express from, which is a bit stone cold right there, but springboard clothesline coming from RJ. Irish whip. Going for the Superman punch and already just beaten Gunther. Damn.
I have returned and god damn, it happened again. Like, what the fuck just happened in that matchup? Honestly. Like, it just started. Like,
yeah, it just started and then he just said, and then took control of the match.
I mean, there's still 4 minutes and 12 seconds left on the betting line, so we got a bit of a spell, so we can certainly talk about this matchup. I was just reading Variants of Strife's comments that they should have Jay beat Gunther, go away for a bit, come back as... I don't think he'll come back as Walter. He had the choice already to change his name if he wanted to, but Gunther actually, there is some significance of that name to Gunther. There is some, I believe it has something to do with his grandfather. So I don't think that's going to change. Will they have Jay beat him at WrestleMania? I don't know. I just don't know. It would receive a big pop. Because, I mean, Jey Uso is so fucking over right now that it is unbelievable. However, it is his very first time main eventing at WrestleMania. It is his very first time wrestling for a world championship. And will they dethrone Gunther already? I just don't know. Maybe they drag that out. Maybe something happens and it has to push through to SummerSlam. You know what I mean? There's options. There's all kinds of things they could do. I just don't know. That's one of those matches come WrestleMania I'm unsure of. You know, usually I've got things figured out, but when it comes to Jey Uso and Gunther, I'm not entirely sure what they're going to do there. I don't know. What do you think, Moon?
Maybe Jey Uso beat Gunther.
You think so?
Getting some moments. Yeah.
I mean, I can't argue at all because I could completely understand why they would do that. On the flip side of the coin, I could see why they would have Gunther retain somehow. You know, maybe Big Jim is a little bit jealous of his brother and interferes, or Ludwig Kaiser, who also wants a crack at the world title, and, you know, maybe he gets something going with Gunther as well, and we end up with a triple threat match at SummerSlam. I don't know. Strife, what do you think? Strife says, geez, RJ beat his ass. Yeah, he did. And quick. And quick, I was not gone that long. Right? I mean, for instance, I mean, there is still just under 2 minutes left of the betting line. So I was very surprised to come back and see RJ picking up the victory against Gunther. I mean, don't get me wrong, Gunther's matchup in the quarterfinals was fairly grueling. It wasn't a walk in the park, but neither of the quarterfinals matches were overly long either. They went to town, they held nothing back, but they weren't exactly long. I actually thought maybe Gunther would put up a better fight than that, but man, RJ, I didn't see the match, but damn, clearly he whooped that ass. Stomped a mud hole, walked it dry, however, you know, name your cliche. But goddamn. But Strife, what do you think? Do you think that Moonrader says he thinks that maybe Jey Uso goes over Gunther? Do you agree with that, or do you think in some way, shape, or form Gunther manages to retain and they push through to SummerSlam? Not that Gunther couldn't manage to get a rematch at SummerSlam if he wanted anyways, right? Longest reigning Intercontinental Champion in history, and he's been a long-time world champion, so he would definitely earn that right. But what do you think, Strife? What's your thought process there? Out of curiosity. just over 30 seconds until the betting line closes. And then we'll move on to the final match of the semifinals. Or wait a minute, that was the final match of the semifinals. We're moving on to the tournament final. And it's going to be the Phenom Joe Lincoln and RJ squaring off. One of these two gentlemen will earn the right to fight the reigning defending world champion Humboldt C. Arcane. Who's it going to be? But yeah, Strife, what's your thoughts on Jey Uso versus Gunther? Inquiring minds must know, Strife. Don't leave Moon and I hanging. We will ban you. One of us will ban you. AKOU, we'll do something. Alright, so while we're waiting for Strife to give us an answer, I'll issue the payout, finally. God damn it, RJ was fast in that. I can't believe he took out Gunther like that. And there we go. Winner of the match was Gunther. RJ. Yeah, I say Gunther because that's who I thought would win that. I'm not going to lie, I thought Gunther would win that. Was I the only one that thought Gunther would go on to face Joe Lincoln? What about you, Moon? Did you think RJ would beat Gunther? Or like, I know RJ's been multiple time champion, but so is Gunther. Gunther's another one of those superstars that's had a phenomenal season 5. So I don't know. That was weird for me. Strife and Moonrader are the only two people to win the betting line. So 2,000 TWA coins split between the two. Alright, here we go. Let's get the next betting line open. Holy. There we go. Alright, so who moves on to the championship final? Is it going to be the Phenom Joe Lincoln from Team Joe Link, or the man that just pretty much destroyed the ring general Gunther, RJ from Team RJ 424 Gaming? There we go. Betting line is open. But Moonrader, what are your thoughts here? RJ's already surprised us once. Can he do it again? Or does Joe Lincoln take advantage? Well, I guess he can't take advantage because RJ whooped that ass. He didn't even get fatigued. Did he even break a sweat in that match? I don't even know. I didn't watch the match because it was over just about as quickly as it started. You know, I think the entrances were longer than the fucking matchup was, for that matter. But yeah, what are your thoughts here, Moon? Do you think RJ or Joe Lincoln?
I think maybe... I'm not really sure on who.
No, me neither.
Joe.
Yeah, I'm not sure at this point either. I'm still a little weirded out that RJ was able to defeat Gunther that fast. Yeah. I mean, we'll find out come Joe Link's match recaps and highlights, because he'll tell us probably how fast that matchup was, just simply because it was that quick, but... Here comes our first participant, the Phenom Joe Lincoln, representing Phenomenal Soul. RJ's been a lone wolf since he's inked a contract, never joined a faction or a stable. Nonetheless, been very successful, won multiple championships. We're down to the final two matches of today's show, or today's Super Show. If you're just coming in and missed most of the show, you're definitely going to want to go back and watch the VOD. Twitch All-Star Wrestling was absolutely phenomenal. We had 8 championship matches, and we saw 4 brand new champions. And then, of course, the tournament has been a bit of a shock. The quarterfinals and the semifinals, I mean, here we are at the tournament final already.
This is a guy who always seeks out the highest level of competition, and I think he'll get it tonight.
Easily one of the fastest tournaments in TWA history so far. Joe Lincoln ready to go. We are now waiting for RJ to make his entrance.
These are about to get good.
And here he comes. RJ was actually a double world champion at one point, held both the Twitch All-Star Wrestling and TWA World Championships at the same time. For a man that's never joined a stable or faction, he's been super successful. Yeah, I'm actually almost glad I don't have to bet on this one, because I mean, this tournament's been weird. Again, I kind of expected Gunther versus Joe Lincoln, so a bit of a shock and awe experience for me at this point. Alright, here we go. Bell's about to ring. Action will be underway. Who's moving on to the championship final? Who faces, who earns the right to fight Humboldt's the Arcane for the TWA World Championship? And again, this is only the 4th time in TWA history that the TWA World Championship has been fought for in a tournament. I believe that Humboldt's is currently enjoying his 4th reign as champion, I think. It's either 3rd or 4th. I want to say 4th. Here's a fun fact. The one Elijah Archer has literally been TWA World Champion 1 time in 5 seasons. It's just one of those championships that continue to elude him. He won the championship, and then, of course, the Wolfpack found a way to screw him out of it. As can be expected from the Wolfpack. A little villainy, a little fuckery. I mean, if they don't have the championships, they don't want anybody else to have them either. Whoa, that was a 2 count already? What? RJ gets a 2 count on Joe Lincoln already. That is insane. Absolutely insane. Nice reversal by Joe Lincoln. Basement dropkick right to the face of RJ. Just over 4 minutes still left to get your bets in. If anybody wants to bet it, I completely understand if you don't bet on this matchup, because at this point, who knows who's going to win. There's a 2 count for Joe Lincoln. Joe Lincoln already bleeding from that left eye.
You can see as he rises how vulnerable the position he's in. Powerbomb position. Fighting out. Hammer away with.
You think Cena's definitely going to beat Cody? Strife says Cena's beating Cody. What do you think, Moon? Another 2 count from RJ. Man, these guys are just exchanging pinfalls. Moonrader says Cena's defeating Cody. Okay. See, I'm up in the air on that. I'm not saying Cena won't get a 17th championship before he's done. I'm just undecided if he beats Cody at Mania or not. It'd be a good opportunity to put Cody over. Further solidify him as another great champion after the Roman Reigns reign. You know what I mean? And considering the possibilities of people getting involved, like The Rock, you know what I mean? Like Travis, And then on the flip side of the coin, you might have Cody Rhodes with people there to watch his back. You know, we could end up getting screwed out of a finish, right? We could get a non-finish, which again, much like my thought with Jey Uso and Gunther, they might stretch that out to SummerSlam. I just don't know. I mean, the easy answer is Cena beats Cody. Is it the correct answer, though? I just don't know. I'm up in the air on that one.
Simple waist lock, but able to block into an arm drag.
I feel like Cena puts Cody over somehow, but Cena still ends up with a rematch. Maybe beats him later. Or we have a non-finish. They have to have a rematch anyways at SummerSlam. I don't know. I'm up in the air on it. I don't have a definitive answer for that one. I think a lot of people want to see Cena beat Cody. I mean, it would definitely make the heel turn a little bit bigger, wouldn't it? You know, shock the world, turn heel, go to well, first of all, went to the Elimination Chamber, won the Elimination Chamber, go to WrestleMania, win the 17th championship. It would definitely improve on that story. But do they take the title from Cody? That's the real question, right? Just don't know. Wow. Over already. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the match, and moving on with the right to fight the TWA World Champion Humboldt the Arcane, it is the Phenom Joe Lincoln looking to win some gold. We got about 30 seconds before the betting lines close. And then we have our final match of the afternoon anyways. Again, do look for us to go live on YouTube later tonight with Action Zone Wrestling. It'll be our 41st YouTube show, our 625th show for TWA as a whole. It's been a great day, great show, but we might not be done for the day yet. You'll just have to stay tuned, watch, and see. But here we go. It's time to move on to the championship final. The Phenom Joe Lincoln versus Humboldt's the Arcane. Team Joe Link versus Team Variants of Strife. It's going to be an interesting matchup, especially considering the fact that Joe Lincoln just went through an entire tournament, and you've got Humboldt's the Arcane, the reigning defending multiple-time champion, multiple-time world champion, coming in fresh and ready to rock and roll. Now, being the fresh man in does not always guarantee you a win. You've got, you know, again, Joe Lincoln just won a tournament. He could be riding a high, you know what I mean? He could be fired up and ready for this next match, or he could be fatigued and beaten. We've already seen him bleeding twice in this tournament. Anything could happen. Anything can and will happen in tournaments, and that could very well happen here. But let's get the betting line. Well, let's get the payout issued first. Joe Lincoln was your victor. Variants of Strife picks up the pot after betting on Joe Lincoln. Strife says fresh for a 70-ish-year-old. Yeah, but he's unlike any other 70-year-old man you'll ever meet. He is unlike any 70-year-old man you will ever meet. It's not even fair to include his age. I think that all the wizardry, all the magic the man possesses keeps him looking younger. Doesn't look a day over 50. Alright, here we go. The first time this question has been asked in many moons, and for only the 4th time in TWA history. Who walks out of this tournament the TWA World Champion? Is it going to be Joe Lincoln? Or is it going to be Humboldt's, the Arcane? $10 minutes to get your bets in. And there we go. Betting lines are officially open for the final match of the day. It is the final match of the day. And what a great day it's been. Again, look for us to go live later tonight on YouTube with Action Zone Wrestling. 41st show for YouTube, 625th show for TWA. But that is then, this is now. Let's turn and burn with our championship final. Here we go. We are going to find out. Well, what are your thoughts here, Moon? Humboldt's or Joe Lincoln?
I think maybe Humboldt's with a win.
You think Humboldt's retains? I'm kind of leaning that direction myself. I am leaning that way myself. As it is, I can't bet anyways, but if I could, yeah, I don't know. Just for the simple fact that, you know, Joe Lincoln's been through a tournament. Humboldt's is a dominant champion. He's been here many times before. He handles pressure very well. I think you're right. I think Humboldt's retains, but we shall see. We shall definitely see.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall and is for the Wrestling Alliance World Championship.
Here we go, guys.
The Phenom making his way to the ring for the final time today. Or potentially, anyways. Depends what happens with their Action Zone Wrestling on YouTube later today. Or tonight, actually. It wouldn't be till around 9:30 tonight, Eastern Standard Time, that we would pop up on YouTube with Action Zone Wrestling.
They'll still be around about, because the time difference is 4 hours right now. I know it's 4 hours. I know Eastern time's like 4 hours behind me. Central time's 5 hours.
Yeah, well, it just depends on who participates in daylight savings time and who doesn't, right? Because we just went ahead 1 hour, so personally, I fucking hate daylight savings time. I wish it would jump off a goddamn cliff.
I think it's 1 o'clock for me, I think it is. Because I know the SmackDown starts around about 12 my time. Normally it starts at 1 a.m. my time. But due to the daylight saving time, in the US and Canada, it's 12 a.m. for me too. Oh, sugar! I forgot I don't know if I lost track. I think SmackDown's on now. I keep losing my memory on stuff.
Well, SmackDown is on, but isn't SmackDown live right now?
I think it's on in 25 minutes.
Or was it pre-taped?
In Barcelona.
Oh, so it's probably pre-taped. See,
they're doing it live they're just going to show it live on the USA Network, like tonight's SmackDown.
Which is like, is that going to be 8 o'clock as usual?
Yeah, which will be at 3 p.m. Eastern time. I might have to have a look on the Netflix side. Coming from my... Because I know for me, I watch it on Netflix. I don't know why I haven't... I don't know why I can't see SmackDown anywhere with it. I have to search it up. Oh, there he goes, right there.
So what time is it where you are right now, Moon?
Oh, it's round about
it's 2:36 here.
6 where I'm at.
Okay, so yeah, you're 4 hours ahead. You're 4 hours ahead of me.
I think they're doing that. I'm not really sure if they are. I think I know for Raw. I think it's happening Monday.
You can feel the tension here tonight. Definitely a big...
Strife says Raw's next show happens at 3 p.m. Eastern next week. And the week after. Really? Why 3 p.m.? Oh, are they outside the country? Is that what they're doing? Mick Marvel in the house. Is that the logo I made for Joe Lincoln on his pants? It is. It absolutely is. He has it on his jacket as well. But welcome in, Mick. Appreciate you being here. If we could get a shout out for Mick Marvel. Mick Marvel, of course, part of Team Arsenal with Luke the Gooner 94. Stripe says, yeah, forget where, but it's in Europe somewhere. Okay.
Imagine if it were, imagine a rivalry between, and I've been thinking of this myself, imagine a rivalry between Team Chelsea and Team Arsenal. Even though, like, my Mon could feature with more women and it just only features me and Moondust.
Yeah. Well, looks like we got 2 shoutouts for Mick Marvel, because I guess Variance of Strife already did it. And now Mufasa has jumped in on that. Double the pleasure, double the fun for Mick Marvel. 2 shoutouts. Mick says, I'll take 2 shoutouts. Sure you will. Sure you will. I would like to see WrestleMania at the Tokyo Dome.
I would love to see that.
Wouldn't that be fucking awesome? I don't know if we'll ever see that.
Kingdom there.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they can hold a fuck of a lot of people there, you know what I mean? I'm pretty sure they've had shows where they've had like 250,000 people there, so. WrestleMania. They really do need to take it overseas, though. It gets, I'm sorry, but it gets boring constantly having it, you know, in Vegas, and you know, it's just let's take it somewhere. Let's make it a global spectacle. You know, sure, it's watched globally, but it is not a global spectacle yet. You know, Raw's become a global spectacle. SmackDown has become a global. NXT. Let's take WrestleMania overseas. I think the Tokyo Dome would love to house WrestleMania. There's the question of the show again. Again, we all know basically what's going to happen with Cody Rhodes, but who do you guys think should face Cody Rhodes? That's really the question. Who should face Cody Rhodes? We know it's Cena. The question is, does Cena put Cody Rhodes over? Or does Cena take that belt away and become a 17-time champion? Or maybe does he do it later at SummerSlam? What's going to happen there? We don't know. We can speculate. We can assume. I mean, to be fair, again, if Cena wins, it makes the heel turn story a lot more legit. Makes it more interesting. Because Cody Rhodes can always chase that title back down again later. But I don't know. They need to do a WrestleMania in the new Globe Arena. So they can project it on the outside of the arena as well. Yeah. Also a good idea. Also a good idea. I just think it'd be really cool, Strife, to see WrestleMania at the Tokyo Dome. I think that'd be fun. I think it would be fun. Only about 11 seconds left of this betting line. This is the first time a betting line is going to end, I think, before the match is over since the quarterfinals. It's been a quick tournament. So the betting line's officially closed with 2,079 TWA coins up for grabs. Nobody's become championship worthy today, which is very strange, by the way. Glenola, to my knowledge, winning at poker with a straight 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And winning at dice with a 6 and a 5. So it might be a double victory for Glenola as far as that goes. But yeah, we've had no championship-worthy teams today. Very odd. Usually there's at least one, a lot of the times two. Today, none. And we have been live for just about 5 hours and 15 minutes with our Super Show. Of course, our show on YouTube later tonight, should that take place, won't be near as long as this card. YouTube shows don't take nearly the amount of time that Twitch All-Star Wrestling and Wrestle Wars Genesis do. But it'll still be high-octane matchups, epic battles and wars. There will be championships on the line, and it's going to be a great show. It's just whether or not it's going to be tonight. Again, if it is, it'll be around 9:30 Eastern. Otherwise, it'll be tomorrow night. But I'm really leaning heavily into tonight. I'm leaning heavily into tonight.
And now he's looking to lock in this submission.
Strife with a 4-1. No dice. Oh, that is it. That is all. Look at that. Just like that. Humboldt ends the journey of the Phenom Joe Litt and a great tournament victory. Joe Lincoln falls to the Wizard of TWA, who retains the TWA World Championship. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the match, and still your TWA World Champion from Team Variance of Strife, the Wizard of TWA, Humboldt the Arcane. Congratulations to Team Variance of Strife. Let me get the betting line and the payout issued. Humboldt's was your victor. Man, what a show. Absolutely phenomenal. If you weren't here for the whole thing, you're definitely going to want to go back and watch the VOD.
It's going to show on the USA Network. Just check the TV schedule. But if it's a NordVPN, because one of the guys from this other server of this, which is the owner is JD from NY, one of the podcasters I watch.
Oh, okay.
Basically, he's got his friend of his just hooked him up with a link to watch SmackDown at 3 p.m.
3 p.m.
I think it's about NordVPN, but it's not going to be on the USA Network at 3 p.m. So it's going to be like taped, going to be shown on the USA Network at 9.
Gotcha.
8 p.m. tonight. I mean.
All right, who just left our invasion? Somebody banned them for life. How dare they? I saw that. We've got 11 viewers. Let's get 11 viewers in on this invasion. We're going to go invade Big Rob's Game Corner. Show them a little love. They've been here before. We've been there before. It's been a while, though. Been a hot minute. So I thought we'd show them a little love and support. And if anybody's already not a part of this invasion, jump in at least long enough to say hello. And then you can do whatever the hell you want. We have 6 viewers ready to invade. Let's see if we can get some more in here. Let's see if we can get a couple more in here before we finish our invasion. We started off with 9. We're all the way down to 6, and people left. They need to be AKO'd, banned, or something. But either way, it was a great show. Appreciate you guys being here. It's good to be back. It's nice that we're going to be able to have regular shows and content. Uninterrupted broadcast boosts. Today was just the tip of the iceberg. We've still got a whole lot more to go. It's going to be a few weeks before 25 arrives. So we'll be continuing our shows in Season 5 with 2K24. And don't forget to look for our show to pop up on YouTube later tonight. Action Zone Wrestling. And there'll be, of course, championships on the line as far as that goes. But appreciate you all. And we'll see you all soon.